mentioned both of our teams are doing right now. So.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Graham, I want to make sure I don't miss you if you have a question. No. Okay, good. Online? No. So a couple of things, and we've talked about this. I think it's hard for us to imagine right now the interaction of these components and to visualize it all. Mm-hmm. I'm taking a bit of a wait-and-see approach in terms of looking at what comes out of the area planning process and how it informs the updates to the policy map. We are in a situation now, as the Vice Chair pointed out, where a lot of our rezoning petitions are not consistent and are obviously deserving to be approved. So I'm hoping that as we move forward, the refinement is going to result in a higher percentage of those coming in being consistent and being obviously deserving of approval. In my mind, it's still not clear if I take the 2040 plan and the UDO and now the area planning process, what the interaction is that results in a particular location being given a particular designation. And I'm also thinking that in past conversations, we talked about this refinement, living document concept, and but the idea was not to depart from the 2040 plan as it was adopted. So, could it happen that we sort of migrate? And I think the biggest pressure there is if you look at the N1 place type, and we went through the conservation, the compact, and the cottage versions of that. And based on the percentage of those that's being allocated, as we saw in conservation, you end up with something that's different from what we intended. So I guess all I'll say for the moment is, for one, I'm very impressed with the work you're doing, and I appreciate it. It's not something that we can do anything other than observe and critique, and try to do so fairly. But there's still, I'm just sort of, as I say, in a wait-and-see mode, where I'm curious to see how these area plans come out and whether they have the effect of causing a situation here and here that are otherwise kind of identical to get treated differently. And so are we going to have a kind of consistency of policy at the same time that we try to recognize the diversity of the various communities in Charlotte? So anyway, keep doing what you're doing. Good work and appreciate it. Well, there's a lot yet to come, I guess. Ms. Johnson.
We can't hear you, Ms. Johnson.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you. I want to piggyback off Mr. Drake's question. When we were reviewing the UDO, if I recall correctly, I remember thinking that the community area plans were the meat and potatoes, or the real, the document or the plan that's going to have the most important impact on the residents. So you mentioned the different phases. Which phase are we in right now?
Phase 3 for both.
So I'm on the website, and I wanted to know if a user could
Can you get that slide back up?
I wanted to know if the user, when looking at the website, can we see the outcomes or the output from phase 1 and 2? If we're beyond the phases where there's these documents or this information that was obtained, where can we see the progress thus far for these plans?
You should be able to see the community reports, and then under policy map, there's a tab that has policy map. When you click there, there should be a drop-down menu that gives you the adopted policy map, the revised policy map, which is directly what came out of phase 2, and then also the policy map manual.
Okay, I'll get that information later. I just want to make sure that we are keeping the public up to date with current information.
And you also received, I believe, in your packet on the 29th, your agenda packet, a briefing book that describes all of the entire process from start to finish, so from phase 1 through where we are now. And then there's some additional pages in there that are for your district and how each of these things breaks out, place type wise in your district.
Yeah, so that
Thank you.
summarizes some of that information that's online. It's not necessarily different, it just packages it in a way that's understandable.
Right, but our public doesn't have access to the information that we get, so we want to make sure it's simple. That's one of the things we talked about with the UDO. It needs to be simple and accessible to the public. So I'm looking at the website, and we want to make sure that it's clear on where this information is. Thank you.
And Ms. Johnson, I agree with you. We need to achieve clarity, but this is complicated stuff, you know, and it's hard after a certain point to simplify without leaving important things out. So your challenge is to somehow message around what you're doing and achieve clarity and also not leave anything out. That's not easy.
Yeah, the online mapping tool is really something you can spend a long time with because people want to be able to get into the parcel detail of
Right.
what's happening next to me, what's happening adjacent. I just wanted to chime in too that the series of workshops that are kicking off now are really critical because it does go over very specifically. I know we're saying projects and programs sounds like a broad brush, but that really does dive into specifics around transportation projects, potential tools communities might be able to use, parks and greenway. You know, there's a lot of specifics there that the partners Kathy was mentioning will have at those stations. So encouraging participation in those is really critical because it's a way to showcase all the different things that are under that bigger umbrella and do provide some more specificity and clarity around what's happening.
So, Mr. Pettin, you're going to talk about agenda item 3, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm just going to kick it off before he starts real quick.
Yeah,
I
that's
just wanted to
fine,
chime
but
in one thing.
I just wanted to say before we move on, what are we doing to inform the full council about these things?
So our plan is we will be at next Monday for a community area planning full update at the
Okay.
dinner briefing. So that will be the tool we use to inform full council about community area planning. And we'll be able to have a more robust conversation too around kind of where we are in the process and the specifics around it.
So if you don't want people to be surprised and go, what? You need to communicate and communicate. You need to repeat yourselves. You need to kind of make sure this message is front of mind for everybody on council. So with that, I guess we can move on to our UDO update, and I will refer once again to Ms. Holmes.
Sure. Before Dave takes over and kind of gives more details, he'll do a brief overview about where we've been with the work that some of you all mentioned. But I also just want to project forward a little bit that what you're seeing is a continuation of the work that we started in the spring and summer, and this will just help ground that. I want to mention that in parallel to this, we are also finishing up cleanup text amendments, so we'll be working on those through the fall. So you will see some of those come before full council. Again, kind of continuing that cleanup, making sure we have refinements, addressing smaller issues. So you'll see those run in parallel to some of this work, and just know that that's happening. We're a little over a year in, and we're still learning things. We heard from Raleigh, it took them about 2 years to reach full stability, so we feel like we're getting pretty close. So those cleanups will be coming in parallel. The bulk of the work that really fine-tunes housing tune-up, kind of giving us that full residential development tools is what Dave will be speaking on today, and I'll turn it over to him to
Great,
set the stage.
thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. So we can jump on to the next slide, please. So just to kind of set where we are, we want to talk a little bit, of course, about where we've been. So we had the conservation text amendment that was adopted back in May of 2024. And then we transitioned and developed some compact residential standards. That was what we were kind of calling phase 2, and that was adopted in June of 24. And when we went through those two processes, we always talked about a phase 3 and a continued effort to refine and right-size some housing, get some housing diversity tools put in place, and add some of those things from a locational criteria. So we talked a little bit about that throughout those first 2 phases, and that's where we are today, and that's what we'll get into. So next slide. Those prior 2 text amendments primarily dealt with those larger greenfield development projects, new subdivisions, also addressed some instructions from that council referral we had that we worked through to get to those outcomes for phase 1 and 2. But again, those are primarily focused on those larger greenfield projects that were, anywhere from 5 acres or more. So the current phase 3 efforts, they're really intended to further refine some residential options and look primarily on infill and small-scale development options, so what we refer to often as missing middle housing. We'll get into that term on the next slide here. But also, as Monica mentioned, we want to kind of calibrate, apply some lessons learned through 1 year of UDO implementation. As planners, we do a great job of setting, forward-thinking plans. A lot of times we have to pivot and be somewhat reactionary and adjust to what we see in market trends. We've seen a very quick shift in some of that once the UDO went into effect. Started to kind of see that transition away from multifamily into more small lot attached residential housing. So those are things that, we didn't necessarily foresee coming in the wave that they did. And so now we're, trying to work through and adapt and make sure we've got things in place to accommodate that and get some successful outcomes. So if we can jump to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about what missing middle housing is. So missing middle housing, this is just a general definition that's used throughout the planning profession, is housing that includes duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, courtyard apartments, bungalow courts, around common open space, townhouses, multiplex units, and live-work units. So those are all kind of the housing types that we see when we talk about missing middle housing. And we put this graphic up here just to kind of show the different scale and intensity, but also you can see some of those missing middle units do actually integrate themselves well into neighborhoods and do provide some of that transition to some of those mid-rise and larger types of residential units. So that's what missing middle housing is. That's what we're going to continue to focus on through this UDO update. So we can go into the next slide. So we'll give a little bit of an idea of what some of the market trends are for the missing middle in Charlotte. This isn't uncommon for other cities and other major metro areas. You can see we've had a pretty large development of multifamily. That's that top kind of teal green color. And then the dark blue color on the bottom is your single family detached, and the light blue in the middle is your townhomes. You can see a pretty big skew from multifamily to single family detached. But in between all of those, 3 major units, you can see some small gray slivers in there. And those are our missing middle units. So those are our duplexes through quad units. We've seen an increase over time from 62 down in 2018 up to 257 at the high, and 297 in 2020, back down a little bit. Now we're only up to about 100 in 2023. And again, this isn't an uncommon challenge for other cities. Just wanted to put this up there to highlight why this is something that we're talking about and why we want to continue to see those numbers in that gray area increase a bit, particularly as we anticipate seeing some of those multifamily numbers come down just from a little bit of a slowdown in the multifamily development realm. So what can we do as planners and as decision makers to kind of facilitate better outcomes for that missing middle? That's exactly what we're going to be getting into in these conversations that we're just kicking off here today with y'all. So if we can go to the next slide, just to continue just to talk about the trends for missing middle in Charlotte. This is since June 1st of 2023, so that's implementation date of the UDO. In process and approved, so we've had almost 100 ADUs, which are the accessory dwelling units that you see most commonly in folks' backyards, sometimes referred to as mother-in-law suites or granny flats. Duplexes, you have 174, quads, only 7, and triplexes, 26. And you can kind of see on the map that's set off to the side there where, some of those are concentrated primarily up in that kind of northwest portion. We do see some down in some of the southern districts, but it's primarily in that area around districts 1, 2, and 3 in that kind of northwest wedge, and then pushing out a little bit further up to the northwest in District 2, and then some out there in District 4 as well. But you can see there's a decent spread throughout the city, but that concentration is mainly to that northwest portion of where we are. So if we can get into the next slide. So when we talk through these residential tool changes and changes that we continue to make to the UDO, particularly when we talk about housing and working through infill projects, we really try to continue to focus on 3 kind of overarching goals from the comprehensive plan, and that's goal 1 of our 10-minute neighborhoods, goal 2 for neighborhood diversity and inclusion, and then goal 3, housing access for all. And all 3 of those really talk about, some key pillars of location, which is our, creating 10-minute neighborhoods. Diversity and inclusion does include just what we're talking about today. How can we get some of those missing middle, missing density type of housings to be developed in areas throughout Charlotte? And then housing access for all, of course, the more housing we can put on the ground and continue to preserve potentially naturally occurring affordable housing, workforce housing, the more accessible it's going to be. So those are our kind of overarching foundations that we, continue to lean on when we go through this process. It doesn't mean that the other 7 goals out of the comp plan aren't important as we have these conversations, but these are the 3 that we, continually pull from and stay focused on as we talk through these potential changes. Next slide. So the things that we're considering now, and again, these are conversations we just started kicking off internally in the summer. We still have a lot of conversations that we need to have, but just kind of where we are as far as considerations that we've talked about and that we want to continue to have conversations on and develop some potential tools around is, do we consider townhomes in additional UDO districts? Can we create some opportunities for cottage court developments to occur by right? Do we develop more flexible and efficient processes for hotel conversions? Explore some ways to encourage the stacked quads. Those are our traditional quad units that you see where you have 2 on the bottom floor, 2 on the top floor. Can we revise any of our ADU standards to make them more clear, make them easily accessible? Folks can understand them if they want to, pursue that type of option in their own backyard. How do we make sure that it makes sense for folks? Do we do some things like create pre-approved pattern books for missing middle housing types, particularly those ADUs where folks could walk in and pull from a set book that we have that are somewhat pre-approved and select those to, potentially pursue a project? Is there a missing middle zoning district that we can potentially explore and put together? And then, of course, increase affordable housing tools and then explore some options to potentially fast track some of our affordable housing projects. And the slide there, or the graphic there on the bottom, is just something we've shared in the past. It kind of shows where things are allowed in green, where things are allowed if there's some conditions that are met, and this is just pertaining to neighborhood 1. And then, of course, in red, you can see those are things that aren't allowed in those neighborhood 1 districts. So we're going to go through all of our districts, neighborhood 1, neighborhood 2, our centers, and make sure that we do allow the most conducive outcomes to get missing middle housing throughout some of those districts. And if we have to make some tweaks and changes, those are the exercises that we will continue to go through. And you may see a graphic like this come up again in these conversations that has more districts just to show, again, where things are allowed and where we may kind of move some of those red and green boxes and yellow boxes around to, again, create some more tools for us. So next slide, please. So what's next for us? We've got to go through and prioritize possible solutions. There may be things that we can do quickly. There may be things that we can address just through some quick text amendments, whether those are adding new uses for some different missing middle in some districts where they don't exist currently. Could be things like dimensional standards that we can tweak quickly. But there's also going to be some longer term changes that we need to explore, particularly when you start adding some potential uses in districts. Are there community engagement needs that we have to have, to talk through those? Are there policy implications to that? So we certainly anticipate community engagement throughout this process as well. We also want to collaborate with other city initiatives. We had some conversations a few weeks ago in a special call meeting on housing funding strategies. I believe that's coming up today as well in one of the later committees. And then, of course, our strategic investment areas. Those are just 2 quick examples. Are there things that other folks are working on where we can partner and say, where they're looking to, implement some of the strategies that they've got in front of them? Are there ways that we can piggyback and leverage some of those partnerships and relationships to say, hey, they may be some locations for us to potentially make some changes and tweaks to housing to further facilitate some goals for those initiatives. And then, of course, we're going to continue to work through the fall. We will have some text amendments proposed in early 2025. That should give us enough time, again, to prioritize some of these solutions, come back to you guys and TPD and potentially council as a whole to talk through what some of those changes may be and how they'll be prioritized, how they'll be packaged, and what the outcomes are going to be. And then, of course, if we have text amendments, those will come through in packages. They won't be in cleanups likely. They may be their own specific text amendments just to these potential outcomes, so we don't get them confused with other things. If we see opportunities to do quick cleanups through other text amendment processes that may relate to this, we certainly will take advantage of those. But when we talk particularly about these specifics, we want to make sure that it's clear and what we're presenting to everybody is just, topic specific to what we need to focus on. So that's, again, where we are. We wanted to do a very kind of high-level reset. We know everybody's been on break for the last, couple months. We've continued to have these conversations, and we felt this was a good time to kind of put this back on everyone's radar, give you kind of a high-level overview of where we are, where we're going to be going, and we certainly anticipate being back in front of y'all pretty regularly throughout the next few months, giving you updates on this, working with our other partners and stakeholders as we continue to try to find some potential solutions to this missing middle question that we're all trying to work through. So.
Great, thank you. Committee? Going once, going twice? Don't all talk at the same time. Do you have a question?
I can interject. First of all, I share the same sentiment as many of us. Thank you for your work. We really appreciate that. I'm curious when I'm looking at the map, and I don't want to try to surmise based on what I've seen, any type of rhyme or reason as to where this missing middle is or what it corresponds to, but my assumption would be that, when we think of missing middle, we kind of assume that it corresponds with some type of transportation that is available to the people that we represent. Is that what that really?
I don't know if that would necessarily correspond. There may be some correlation to it. If that were the case, I think you'll see more intensity along our major transit corridors, particularly the Blue Line, but this may be where you have maybe some better bus access, could be along areas in the Gold Line that we're starting to see maybe come online. But those are things we want to look at as well, or can we help to facilitate some of those outcomes to put that housing in places where we do have access to transit. And that's a big key component of this. We focused a lot on those other two text amendments on, where they were, and they were much greater, across the city. A lot of them we did see in the ETJ areas. Certainly what we want to do with this is if we're going to be talking about infill and, creating some missing middle options, can we do it in areas where we've got, transit access in those areas around 10-minute neighborhoods to get, the best bang for our buck, so to speak, and put people in places where they can take advantage of it and create less strain on our existing infrastructure by, again, putting that housing in the right places. So.
Yeah, I saw that you actually highlighted strategic investment areas, so I see that you're having those conversations, which is good. It's,
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap, I think, between all of those partners, and the more we can collaborate and talk through it and come up with some solutions, I think the better off, we'll all be in making decisions on those. So.
Yeah, I think, and that's just, like I said, I was telling the chair I can inject, but in my opinion, I think, that's a win-win, right? When we think about the strategic investment areas and the places where we're already planning for transportation to be available potentially, even where we already have existing transportation. Of course, we see that with the Blue Line. I don't know if there is I don't know if there's any additional opportunity along the Blue Line because it's booming everywhere, right. Along the Blue Line. But ideally, when you have that walk to a transit station as opposed to, having to get in a car and go to a park and ride, for an example, if you're transit dependent, then that's not an option. So I'm thinking through it, and I know these will be ongoing conversations, but in my mind, that's where it's just, it's just an easier flow when we think about, those multi.
Yeah, and I think an example of the Blue Line I'll kind of give in areas we can probably continue to refine. Some of our districts that fall maybe, let's say, within a mile of a transit station, they may be kind of tucked in some neighborhoods a bit, but they still may have a TOD or neighborhood center zoning district. All of the housing types like duplexes and triplexes, quads aren't necessarily, I think, permitted uses in some of those, but they may be better in some of those locations because they may be, like I said, in some neighborhood or on some neighborhood fringes. So are those things that we need to add permitted uses to allow that missing middle to happen? You do want to create the most density in those transit districts, but if they're a little bit further out and they're starting to get into that neighborhood fringe, do we have all the right tools in place to still get some good outcomes and get some, infill outcomes without having to maybe go to the extreme of, a taller structure or, multi-buildings on a site. So those are the things we'll continue to look at, but that's a good example of where I think we're also kind of lacking some of those opportunities in that missing middle section, so.
Yeah. Well, that's all I have.
All right. A couple of things, and I believe there's no one else. Okay, thank you. For one, I wanted to say, Mr. Patton, I really appreciate your involvement in this planning process, because the zoning is where our activity in planning interacts with the outside world, right? So that's the real world kind of experience of our plan. And for you to bring your knowledge of that to bear on the planning that we do, instead of having us find out afterwards that, oops, that doesn't actually translate very well. So just wanted to emphasize, I appreciate that. I think it's important today in particular, given the votes that we have planned later, to emphasize how our transportation goals and process actually complement and interact with our planning process. And in fact, they're inseparable, because where you have mobility and access affects where you want to put what, and it affects all of those things, economic development and so on. But neither one functions entirely in the abstract. And transportation plans that we make will affect where development is going to occur. There's no point in us planning something different, because we've seen it in South End. So maybe you could just explain a little bit how you are incorporating the prospect of an investment in transportation into this land use.
So I think part of that will probably be in Kathy and her team as well. As we continue to get those transit plans together, whether they, change a little bit or get further refined in some of the ongoing conversations, and we understand where those investments may take place, that may first lead to potential changes to the policy map. Do the place types correspond right with the level of investment that we're looking at? Do we have the right intensity around some of those areas? And, that may, again, lead to those changes on the policy map, which then will inform us for, potential rezonings. It may inform us also on what's pending with alignment rezoning, which will probably be back in front of you all in the coming months to talk about that initiative as well. But it all starts really with that planning effort, and that's what I think Kathy and her team are doing a great job of, and are going to get involved in these area plans in this engagement over this next round, particularly with those other partners. But the more information we get from those partners, whether it also be park and rec and transportation and housing, the better we can refine the map to reflect the goals that we all share. And then we can make sure that, again, the zoning districts are aligned correctly, and they have all the types of uses and outcomes you want to see in those strategic investment areas. And then, do we have rezonings that are looking to, develop in those areas, and we can get all that information together to present and make sure that y'all as decision makers have everything you need for those. But I think it all starts with that planning process, and then we continue to kind of look at what are the needs, and do we have the right tools in the UDO to meet those needs, and if not, where do we make and find those tweaks, which is somewhat what we're doing here, but that when we get into that in those particular strategic investment areas, I think that's going to be where we'll really start to kind of focus, and there may be some different goals for different areas and some different needs. Some areas where the map may be in great shape, and some areas where we might need to continue to make some tweaks, but it'll be, very much a hand-in-hand process for that.
Because our goal right now is to start a transportation planning process if and when we get the approval from the legislature for a referendum, so that we will have a plan we can show to the public in November when the time comes to vote. And I don't think people fully appreciate the magnitude of what we're doing now and have been doing for the last couple of years. I mean, we're looking 20 years and more down the road and really just charting a course for the city. We will need to somehow solve the very complicated question of the interaction between these plans, the dynamics of the whole thing. You put a rail line here, then you better be planning for development there. And I was asked when I was speaking recently at a Rotary Club So are you incorporating the growth of the city and the expected growth of the city in your transportation plan? And I said then, well, yes, we are. We're expecting an increase in our population, but we have to understand that that growth is going to be a function of decisions we make about transportation. So really, this does need to be integrated, and that's not easy.
No.
It really isn't, because then now you've got this system where you change this and that changes, and you change this and that changes. So once again, I think bottom line, appreciation for the fact that you guys are doing this, and it's not up to us.
Yeah, it's an exciting time, for sure. We've got a lot of
Yeah.
good opportunities in front of us, and we're excited to work with y'all on it, so.
Could we scroll up in the slides to the one with the organ pipes? That one, thank you. So I think it's interesting to pause for a moment and look at that. What you see there is multifamily has tripled since the trough, and single family has gone down, right? And then you've got an increase, a substantial percentage increase in town, but look at those multifamily units, it's tripled. And what that says to me is we are operating in an environment where most of the decisions about these things are made by the market, right? And that didn't happen because of any policy of ours. Our ability to kind of change that mix has its limits. So we can remove obstacles to the kind of development we want. We can adopt policies that create incentives, or we can offer financial incentives. We can fast track affordable housing development. But at the end of the day, how much scope do we have when we make our policies and we spend our money to impact that kind of progress? Well, I mean, maybe this is a question for Mr. Nanfeld, but I won't put you on the spot.
I mean, you could, which we have never, you could say we're going to close the door. I think there's a lot of negative impacts to doing that, right? And so we would not recommend saying, oh, we're just going to not approve rezonings that are asking for multifamily. Right. And there are cities that have taken that, or towns that have taken that route. That is not, in my opinion, where Charlotte has historically been, nor where we necessarily want to be. So really, that's where that comes into really how do we focus growth in the areas we want to, and do all the things you just mentioned to try as much as we can to focus our growth where we have infrastructure investment, where we have the resources, connectivity, daily goods and services, and that those two stay as linked as possible, so that when the market does see a big boom in that, they have a solid foundation of where to go and a direction of where that makes the most sense based on all of our policies.
So I can tell you as an economist and a business person, if we adopt policies that depart by too much from where the people and the market want to go, and these aren't decisions that are made by developers or greedy people. This is a reflection of what people want, what the population wants, right? So if there's a huge demand for apartments, then we can't just pass a rule that says we're not going to build apartments. Right. And I guess my bottom line is I would really encourage you to continue to work closely with the industry so that we have, for example, incentives for affordable housing that actually motivate people to make those investments. As you know, we had this, a long time we had a density bonus, and nobody did it, right? Because it just wasn't practical. And so I think we have an opportunity now through fast-tracking things, through tweaks to our ordinances, and through financial incentives to kind of encourage the sort of development that we have in mind. But when I look at that little sliver of the, and see, how few units there are in that space, I would just caution us not to base our plans on huge assumptions about an increase in those units.
Well, I will just mention, and I think that you can bundle that with the townhomes too, because I do think that home ownership and opportunities for home ownership, it's really important to realize that we are seeing that big shift from land costs, et cetera, from single family to a more attached, whether that's duplexes, triplexes, or townhouses, as a entryway into home ownership that is more affordable. Now, granted, there are townhouses and duplexes that are very costly and expensive, but if you look at averages across the board, it's about $130,000 $30,000 cost difference between a townhouse for sale and a single-family house for sale. So to your point, that's a really opportunity for growth, is getting missing middle and townhouses for home ownership for once people are shifting out of apartments into something they can buy. So that's what a lot of this work is rooted in, is how we can provide affordable home ownership opportunities and housing opportunities for that piece.
Okay, Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that as we're having a conversation about this graph in particular, that we don't extrapolate too far away from what the data is showing us on this slide. I don't know that a massive increase in multifamily is an indication that that's what the people want. I think that people want a place to live. I think it might be an indication as to what's profitable for the industry, but I just want us to be very careful not to assume that because multifamily is the option, is that that is what people's preferred option is, because I don't believe that that is what we're hearing from would-be home buyers. So I want to make sure that we're very careful about tying production to what it is that the community as a whole wants to see. I do think that policy does drive and should, and is absolutely our function as policymakers to drive the market in ways that we desire the outcomes to go. So I want to be careful not to say that, and perhaps that's not what you're saying, Mr. Chair, but I want to make sure that for those viewing that it is not misinterpreted to this idea that regardless of what we do from a policy standpoint, it doesn't make a difference. It absolutely makes a difference, and we've got to make sure that we're thoughtful about that policy for the industry and for the community at large, so that we can get the results that we desire. But I just want to make sure that we don't walk away from this discussion saying that, hey, what people want is multifamily, so we need to somehow adjust our policy to reflect what we already see in the market. I think that we've got to be clear about beyond just the missing middle allowance that was added to the 2040 plan. We got to think about what else in that policy might have driven these building trends as well. So just want to make sure that we keep that in mind.
And Dr. Watlington, I emphasize doctor, I accept your comment, and I don't think there's a disagreement there. Maybe it's a question of degree. The only thing I'm saying is that in economics, we have this theory of revealed preference, and that says that what people want is reflected by what they do. I think there's a vision of the community that many of us have, a lot of people in the community have, which may be one thing, and then there's the actual decisions that people with the money to buy apartments or units make. And you couldn't sell all those apartments if there was a broad-based community sentiment that said, we don't like that. You know, if the mood of the people who are actually buying the homes was that they wanted single-family homes, you wouldn't see that decline, and you wouldn't have seen the value of my house go down the way it did. So I'm just saying there has to be a balance. We need to recognize that as we seek to achieve the vision that we have for the city, the kind of city we want to be, we need to be careful not to stray too far from the actions of people in the market whose investment, whose spending is driving what actually gets built. And there's some sort of middle ground there, is my point. So I understand what you said.
I agree with that. I would be interested to that point to see what the vacancy rate is in multifamily at this point in time. So if staff, now obviously we don't have it today and we don't need it today, but if that is available, I think that'd be a valuable piece of data as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Point taken.
So once again, I'll give Mr. Nanfeld a break and not ask him to answer that question right now. And do we have anything else? Yes.
So I have the most important question of all. Is one of those single-family homes one of that Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively bought?
I wish we had the answer.
I'm just lightening the mood. I appreciate it, and I love in a policy discussion where, you got two really good perspectives, right? Neither are wrong. They just inject and they cause us to really review the item a bit deeper. So I appreciated that exchange, but dang, I wish you had that answer.
I wish I did too. This is exciting.
All right, if there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
and seconded by Mr. Graham, I'm sure.
I'm going to stay here.
He wants to stay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024 Jobs and Economic Development Council Committee meeting. My name is Malcolm Graham. I'm serving as committee chairman, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the public and then begin to introduce everyone in the room, starting with the far left side of the room.
Eric Spaber, Charlotte Business Journal. Greg Asciuto, Executive Director of Charlotte East.
Wayne Gillespie, Charlotte East.
Step to the far end.
Dan Peterson, Planning Department.
Anish Loinas, City Attorney's Office. Danielle Frazier, Office of Workforce Development.
Holly Estridge, Economic Development.
Matthew Ford, Economic Development.
Robert Bolton, Sports Complex.
Raymond Canty, Eastland Sports Complex.
And the dice.
Julia Martin, City Manager's Office.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Tracy Dodson, City Manager's Office.
James Mitchell, Vice Chair.
Tar Picard, Committee Member.
Marjorie Molina, committee member.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
James Carter, Economic Development.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
And lastly, anybody that may be visiting with us virtually, I don't think there's anyone there, so I think we all are here, ready to go. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Deputy City Manager to introduce the agenda items, and we're off.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm here. I just wanted to make sure that I'm here. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Graham. We have two items today. The first one, Julia will be talking to us about a referral that was made around arts and culture governance structure. And then the second one is we are finally ready to bring back Eastland, hopefully for a really good discussion on that. So with that, I will turn it over to Julia.
Great, thank you. So as the slides get pulled up, as Tracy said, this was a referral that was recently made to review the arts and culture governance structure that is currently proposed. So I have the referral on the screen, so I'll just wait for a second and we can just go right to slide 2. I'm going to let you guys read the referral. I'm not going to read it to you. That's why I'm waiting. It's easier to see that way.
Julia, do you want to just talk through it?
Yeah, sure. So the policy question, and committee members, I think you have it in front of you. What role should the Charlotte City Council serve within the governance structure for arts and culture? And then the committee charge, there's a couple of bullets there, but really the one that we will be discussing today is to review the proposed arts and culture governance structure. I'll say at the top, we are looking for a committee recommendation on this one. So just keep that in mind as I am going through this presentation. As we get to slide 3, again, I'll just talk through it just as a reminder. In November, Council accepted the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan. This was the first of this type of plan that's ever been adopted in our community and something that was completed with a ton of community input. There's 8 priorities in the plan, 2 of which are really important for the committee to keep in mind today. Priority 1 says ensure sustainable and reliable funding for arts and culture through public-private planning, collaboration, and commitment. So that is really about governance, collaboration in the sector moving forward. And then priority 2, the public sector must partner with an already active private sector to play a leadership role in building the arts and culture ecosystem. So that is really about sustainable funding from the public sector. You can just go right to slide 4. Perfect, thank you. So just a reminder for everyone, FY 2025 was really a great year in terms of arts and culture funding across Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte, a combined $21 million, which is the highest that's ever been seen in this community. You can see Mecklenburg County's $10 million split out in the blue. and then the City of Charlotte's $11 million. Just a reminder, a large bulk of our funding, $9 million, is to support the annual operating, or the organizations that received annual operating support. That goes directly to the Foundation for the Carolinas and gets distributed right to the groups. And then this year, we have $2 million set aside, and that is for grants and capacity building for individual artists, organizations, and collaboration across the sector. We are currently working with Charlotte is Creative to develop what that program will look like, and you should be hearing more about that later this fall into early winter. Next slide, please. I'll start. So in May, a memo was sent out to, from Kathy Bassant at the Foundation for the Carolinas to the City Council, Mecklenburg County Commission, and the Arts and Culture Advisory Board, which, if you recall, was appointed half by the council, half by the private sector to lead the development of the cultural plan. And really what the gist of this memo, you can see a couple of bullets on the screen. The main takeaway is restructure the ASC board and staff to become a legally affiliated organization of the Foundation for the Carolinas. And so what this does is allow the ASC, who really played a critical role in the arts ecosystem in terms of organization, grant making, et cetera, to lean on that expertise while allowing the foundation, who has a great history of admin, management, and type of the more back office business functions, to really take over that role for the ASC. The new governance, there was a new governance structure proposed in that memo, and that included participation from the city, county, and cultural leaders across the ecosystem. In June 2024, the new supporting organization, which this is a little tricky, Art, Science, and Cultural Council, ASCC, was incorporated under the Foundation for the Carolinas. So in terms of the legal work that has to be done, that has already been completed. Next slide, please. So here's a look at the governance structure. The ASCC, a 17-member governing board, 5 appointees from the county, 5 appointees from the city, 3 from the foundation, 2 from the Mecklenburg County towns, and then 2 from the ASCC Grants Board. The ASCC Grants Board is really made up of experts in the area to help design grant programs, make recommendations in terms of funding to the governing board, who would have the ultimate say. Next slide, please. So the role of the governing board, again, just as the ASC played kind of the main convener role in the arts sector, the ASCC governing board seeks to play a similar role. And so general organization, they will be responsible for distributing funds specifically from Mecklenburg County. That $10 million, I'll go back to that in a second. Any private allocations and any additional corporate support, they are responsible for distributing those funds. Importantly, they'll be guiding the implementation of the Charlotte Arts and Culture Plan, which includes specific things that the public sector should be taking on, but also includes a lot of work that will happen in the nonprofit space, in the art space, that is for individual artists and organizations to take on. And so how can we help facilitate them to buy in and help move this plan forward? And then a through line of the Arts and Culture Plan was to ensure that the programs and funds were delivered in an equitable, inclusive manner, and that is one of the main charges of this governing board. Next slide, please. So just a reminder about our allocations. You can see the bottom with the dash around it, $2 million. So this year, we are having that distributed by Charlotte is Creative. The option moving forward, should council participate in this governing board, could be to have that go to the ASCC and for them to distribute. Obviously, just as the county has put their parameters on their grant programs, we would do something similar, but it would take us out of the business of deciding grants. Next slide, please. So again, you can see how this could look in the future. This year, the ASCC governing board will be distributing Mecklenburg County's $10 million. You can see a little bit about the programs that they have chosen there. And then again, the potential for a future contribution from the city. Next slide, please. So this is where I'll end and then hand it back off to Chairman Graham. So looking for a committee recommendation for the participation in this governance structure, again, doesn't change much this year, but would have future implications moving forward. And again, just on the timing, I believe the county We'll start appointing people at the end of September, early October. Should the committee recommend this approach, we would look to have appointees on this board in October, again, so they could get their work underway. With that, I'll turn it back over to Chairman Graham.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I open it up for any questions from the committee. Vice Chairman Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie, thank you for the presentation, but let me kind of get up to speed. I kind of relied on Chairman Graham and Mr. A. Driggs to kind of lead this whole conversation about ACS. So let me go back into slide 4. It says the City of Charlotte, and then our $9 million will cover the we'll go back. I'm sorry. The $9 million annual operation support for organization. Do we know right now the list of those organizations we'll be supporting?
Yes.
Okay. Can you email that?
Certainly.
Yeah, out to us.
Certainly.
Question 2, if we can go one slide, please, is the forward. I'm sorry, sir. We talking about the city appointees, 5 of them, and are we going to use our regular process with Kurt McSwain, and we'll fill out an application? That's how we would select our 5?
Correct.
Okay. And then let me go to the slide, City of Charlotte Arts Allocation. One more slide over, please. I think it has, might be slide 8. I'm sorry.
8.
Yeah, slide 8. So distributed by the city is creative. How do we select that organization to distribute the $2 million in grants?
Sure. So we had, through the infusion fund, which just concluded in June, worked with them to distribute a little over $1 million through what we call the Opportunity Fund. And so it's project-based grants. And so we had a good experience with them. And whereas the ASC would typically distribute those types of grants, obviously the organization was a bit in flux during this time period. And so we just wanted to have someone set that we know could execute on what we were trying to do in the timeline that we were trying to do it.
So it was not an open procurement process, open to everyone? We just selected that group?
Correct.
No one else from Charlotte would provide grants we didn't feel comfortable with? I have nothing against that group. I guess
Sure.
The bigger question is the selection process. Why didn't we create a normal procurement process and let people apply as opposed to select Charlotte is creative? That's my question.
Sure. I think that, again, going back to, we had, I'll say, so Tim Miner is one of the co-founders. He was on the Arts and Culture Advisory Board. So these are people that are deeply embedded in the arts community in Charlotte.
Okay.
And so when looking for someone who has expertise in the right way to tailor programs, how to select the best grant applications, I have experience with grants, but I'm not an arts expert. And they are also doing some capacity building, which is a bit different for artists and creatives than, say, a typical business. And so we just felt in the timeline that we wanted to get these grants out, that they had the expertise. We have a good working relationship with them. And so that would enable us to move faster and get these dollars out in the community earlier.
So what is our time frame to distribute the funds?
This winter.
Third quarter 2024?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I just state for the record, I would have preferred a normal procurement process, but I'll let other committee members weigh in if they have heartburn. I think everything else is fine, but I just caution us from sole sourcing when there could be other people in our community could provide the same service. But I understand the connection that Tim and his relationship. That just doesn't sit as comfortable with me right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my last question.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Ms. Moreno.
No, ladies first.
Okay. Thank you, as the only lady. No, Mr. Chair, that was messing around. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and I know that Mr. Driggs is definitely going to probably summarize this in a way that I can't give life to, but my question is more around specifics, right? And it's making sure that for public consumption that we're absolutely clear on what this means, right? So I see that there's a county allocation of $10 million. I see $11 million from the cities, right? Is this like, and like I said, from my understanding and city, the public's consumption, is this something that we would commit to ongoing? So is this $9 million, is that is that for city-owned assets? Is that for like money that goes towards city-owned assets like museums and things? Or,
Yes, so it includes city-owned assets in addition to other organizations. So it's 33 organizations. It includes the facilities that we own, but it also includes smaller organizations that receive, runs the gamut of arts and culture organizations.
okay.
Yes.
So this then is something that is pre-allocated to those 33 organizations, right?
Correct.
So this is not with the anticipation that this governance structure would make decisions with regards to what that means?
Correct.
Okay. So let's say hypothetically, and in mind, I'm thinking East Charlotte, I'm thinking Charlotte Museum of History, for an example, right? We included $100,000 in the CIP for that particular organization. If they were to go through that process for fiscal year 2025, would they then have to go through it through this ASCC process? Or would we go through a straw vote organizational, decision-making process in order to, attempt to help them with allocated funds?
Sure, so for the $9 million for this year, this was based off of a longstanding tradition in the community where the ASC would identify organizations to receive annual operating support.
Okay.
And so through the infusion fund the last 3 years, we kept the list the same. And part of that reason was one of the charges of the Arts and Culture Advisory Board was to stabilize the sector. And so the governing board at the time, Arts and Culture Advisory Board, didn't think that changing the allocations would support stability in the sector. So for FY25, the amounts and organizations are decided, and those checks have gone out or will be going out relatively soon.
So potentially, a new organization couldn't be injected into this process until potentially fiscal year 2026?
Correct. Now, that's not to say for the counties, $10 million, they have special allocations for education grants, of which I believe the Museum of History that would fall into. I don't know the parameters of these grants yet. I don't think they're determined. So that's not to say there are not other buckets of money that are available through the county's $10 million that could be applicable to the Charlotte Museum of History.
Okay, so this, in essence, and I know that these two aren't tied, but I'm just, like I said, trying to make sure that I understand. The ASCC governance structure has a decision-making ability over what process. In other words, they're going to be what the foundation is now.
So if you go to slide 9, James. Today, the ASCC only has governance over Mecklenburg County's $10 million.
Okay.
Nothing of our $11 million is in their purview.
Okay, so with our decision today, then they then get the ability to make decisions over both?
Potentially the $2 million. We would keep our $9 million for annual operating support separate, and we would just do that through the foundation, and the foundation would cut checks essentially.
Okay. Secondly, and thank you for that, because that's great clarification. So the ability for this governance, like what I guess they're approving, they have budget approval, what type of ability do they have specifically?
Yeah, so if you look at the $10 million, so let's say the $4.5 million cultural grants to individual artists, they would have final say over, here's the slate of approved grants. They're also responsible for convening across the ecosystem, making connections, saying, hey, we're seeing this gap, should we consider this type of grant funding? So they are a decision-making body, a convening body across the sector, but for FY25, in terms of their financial purview, it's just the $10 million for Mecklenburg County.
Okay.
From the public sector, sorry.
Okay. So we would just be agreeing to this to join in with the $2 million, as for the $2 million.
In 2026.
In 2026.
Mm-hmm. And with your appointees final say on the $10 million as part of the board.
Okay. Okay.
And historically, the organizations that we're talking about are Discovery Place, the Gantt Center, the Beckler, the Mint Museum, those what I call the blue bloods that historically have been receiving funding. They're in that $9 million
Correct.
pool, right?
Those are the city-owned asset
Yeah.
pool.
Yeah.
That's our core funding model. And that's what I anticipated, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Like and I was wondering, were we then relinquishing the ability to,
No.
defer assets to the city-owned asset bundle? And we're not?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I assume the 11 million does not include the historical debt service and other costs related to the facilities?
No.
Right. So I thought it'd be interesting just for a minute to look at how we got here. We spent years on City Council rolling over a $3.4 million grant to the Arts and Science Council. And we thought the whole time maybe we should be a little more intentional. But then what happened was private funding for the Arts and Science Council kind of dried up. And therefore, the pressure was on for public sector donors to step up, us and the county. And in that context, we thought, okay, we do need to step up, but let's have a process. So a working group was appointed, and 5 of us, including Mr. Bakari and myself and a couple who aren't here anymore, but we worked on a sort of a framework and issued a memo. And on the basis of that, discussion started. And the different things in the discussion, the highlights of the discussion was we wanted to make sure that we, for one, that the city protected funding, operating funding for those legacy organizations where we bear the cost of the buildings and the facilities, and which are considered kind of central to how we are perceived as a big city. At the same time, though, there was a lot of emphasis on funding for grassroots arts, equity funding, making sure that we had resources available to small artists and minority artists, and that we could create a vibrant scene like that, which was also seen as being in the interest of the city for a number of reasons, in terms of how we are perceived, and also the kind of value that kind of vibrant community represents. There were discussions about the Arts and Science Council, and frankly, some controversy about the role of the Arts and Science Council going forward, a perception that the city was kind of defunding the Arts and Science Council, and many supporters then objecting to that. So there's a lot we could say, more we could say, but all I want to get across is I think that we have arrived at a very good place, because I think we're achieving just about all of the things that we set out to do. We've got grassroots funding, we've got secure funding for the legacy organizations, we have a role for the new ASC within our new partner, the Foundation for the Carolinas. The county is stepping up with significant fundings. So I personally, I'm very happy about this outcome. I think we've answered a question that we probably needed to address years ago, and that the outlook for the arts in Charlotte is very good on the basis of this. So I'm hoping that the full council will then support it, because there will be a vote. Is that right? A council vote?
Yes, I believe.
I think we're going to vote it out of the committee.
Committee first, yeah.
And so good. I just wanted to express my support for it, and the fact that I appreciate the cooperation of all of the people who are involved in this solution.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Mr. Bakari.
Yeah, I would say that this has been a long journey. There's a couple things that I think everyone can be proud of in the journey we're taking right now. One is we need an organization, a decision-making body with the skill set needed to do these kinds of things in an ongoing fashion. I think we need to take as much of the politics out of it as possible. For us sitting and spending a couple hours a year kind of picking certain things in a straw poll vote isn't an effective way to do all of that. So I think on the good news side, we're investing a significant amount of money in the arrival of the Foundation for the Carolinas in a role pivotal at all this. I think is very good. I think the thing that still continues to give me heartburn, and was what we tried in the beginning to overhaul, is the most important part, the governance model. And I still don't feel like we're there. Again, it's less about this year and this cycle where 9 million is kind of pre-allocated and there's 2 million that we have questions. I think it's more about we're setting a precedent then for years to come as to who's going to be making these decisions. And the same problem I have here is the same problem I have on transportation in several ways, which is when politicians have the power to just kind of appoint people and things like that, we don't always get the exact kind of skill set and expertise we need on a board. We have to structure that more from the beginning in the governance construct, not necessarily just, I mean, you all know we take part in it almost once a month where we appoint people. I mean, it cannot be, especially with dollars like this, and especially with the trajectory where the arts funding in this community experienced a cliff in the last 20 years that we're still trying to come up with. It may feel good to have these big numbers now. It's not sustainable. And we need people to view this as the incentive making for seeding something that becomes sustainable, not a forever subsidy that people just keep coming back to, because when that dries up, then we've just kicked the can down the road. So I still feel very uncomfortable about the governance model. I don't think we've solved it. I think we've just kind of kicked the can a little bit on it. I am happy that the foundation is part of the equation now, but I'm not fully supportive just because I know if we kick the can and declare victory now, a couple years from now, we're just giving this problem to another council, another county board to try to solve for because we didn't get the governance model right. And what gets the governance model right is people who view it more as skin in the game and investing and making things sustainable, seed funding, the things that have legs to create their own revenue streams so that we can continue doing that, the seed investing on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. I tend to agree with all the speakers thus far, all the council members, excuse me, where we are, and Bakari and Mitchell asked very good questions as well as Ms. Moreno. So I am ready to ask for a motion to pass this out of committee to the full council for consideration. Do I get a motion?
So moved.
Do I get a second?
Second.
Properly moved in second. All those in favor of advancing the arts and culture government structure to full council for their consideration, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Next agenda item will be the Eastland Mall redevelopment. I turn it over to Ms. Dotson.
All right. While this presentation is getting pulled up, obviously this has been an ongoing conversation for quite some time. We're glad to be back today. There's a lot of work that has gone on behind the scenes. I want to thank Todd and the development teams on kind of really sticking with it and working through a lot of design work, cost estimating, collaboration, and putting these two teams together as one. Todd is going to walk you through kind of some of that work and then where we stand right now, and then let you decide on next steps to move this forward.
Ms. Dotson, before we do that, can you give us just maybe a 2-minute commercial on Cross and Southeast in terms of what's happening over there, so we can kind of get the full picture?
That's a perfect segue, and I appreciate you teeing that up to the second slide.
Okay. All right, cool.
I like commercial, that's my new word.
So before we get into the specific conversation on the eastern portion of the site, I did want to take a few minutes just to talk about the progress that's being made every day. It's associated with the Cross and Southeast development. So starting with the, go back one. Starting with the sort of plan north, where you see the photo there, we just sold about 5 to 6 acres to Cross and Southeast 2 weeks ago. And that is to kickstart the first phase of the single-family and townhome development that Saucy Burbank will be building. So we're excited about that opportunity. If you move directly south to there, where you see the 2 buildings, those are 2 mixed-use buildings that will comprise 280 units of multifamily rental and 16,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space. That property was sold to Crossland last year, and they're well under construction doing that work. What's interesting to note on this, just as a reminder, we, the city, are taking a commercial or master lease on the commercial space under that building. to make sure that we can actually have sort of this idea of inclusive prosperity and target small, local, minority-owned businesses from East Charlotte to participate in this development as we go forward. So we're excited to see how that unfolds. One of the things we frequently hear from small businesses who are struggling is that they're looking for a place or affordable place for brick and mortar space, and this is one of our opportunities that we can help with that process and some of those challenges along the way. Directly across the street from that is the park. The City Council and Board of County Commissioners have both approved the conveyance of land from the city to the county to build a 4.5-acre park. The county is well underway on design of that park, and we anticipate the starting construction either December of '24 or January of '25. So again, excited to see the progress that's being made around that component too. And then we get to the affordable housing development to the far left. You see, that's the building that's probably the most complete at this point in time. That's 70 units of senior affordable housing. We anticipate completion this year, and we expect people to be living on the site and in that building by the end of this year. And so stay tuned for additional information as we talk about ribbon cutting ceremonies and opportunities to celebrate the fact that we're getting to where we are with people actually living on the site and development actually being completed on the site.
Make sure that resonates with everybody. People living on this site by the end of the year, and they'll have their first residence out there.
That's why it's really, really important for the community to know that things are happening out there on a day-to-day basis, and we're making meaningful progress on the site, and it's visible progress you can see when you drive by there every day.
Absolutely, and none of it would be possible without the infrastructure work that Crossland Southeast is doing currently on the site throughout the entire 80 acres of that property. Their focus is on the western portion of the property, but they're also doing some initial groundwork and site work, balancing the site and so forth on the eastern 29 acres, which is what you see on the map here today. Okay. And the goal here is that once Crossland wraps up their infrastructure work, probably at the end of this year, early, say January, February, then the sports complex development team can kind of pick up a momentum. So when Crossland is demobilizing, the sports complex team is ready to mobilize and start construction. So we're not really missing anything when it comes to construction opportunities and construction of the infrastructure on the site.
Okay.
Just real quick on this slide, this is just to remind you of the site plan. They have to the north, you have the indoor facility, and then just to the southwest of that is the F&B or restaurant pad, and then the 6 fields of soccer multi-purpose fields. One thing that's not on this slide is that it will also be an outbuilding or a clubhouse that's associated with the outdoor facility that was initially intended to go between fields, where the fields are kind of at a triangle. Sorry, I don't have a pointer with me today to show you. But now that building is going to be moved to Central, which I think is going to be kind of exciting because you have more visibility coming off Albemarle and Central. It'll be a 2-story building, so you can actually see it from the street. So we're excited about the progress that's being made and the evolution of how the site plan is coming together as well. Next slide. So just as a reminder of where we were last year and last October, so after about 45 days of the teams getting to know each other and shaking hands, introducing each other, getting to know last names, not just first names and concepts, and making sure that the concepts actually pair well together, council endorsed and authorized staff to move forward with the new team, the merged team. At the same time, they approved up to $30 million for reimbursement of public infrastructure and tourism, such as indoor, outdoor, amateur sports facilities. And the allocation of that funding was laid out in the resolution that was adopted by council on June 12th, which was prior to the teams actually merging together. So the allocation was $10 million of that would come from the CIP and $20 million would come from hospitality funds, the convention center tax fund certificates of participation. Something to note also, it was always intended that we would be supporting infrastructure on the site, something we are currently doing with Crossland Southeast. And we're also, going back to the original proposal, we also intended to have hospitality funds and incorporated and invested into this site well before the current partner is at the table. So this is a lot of this is consistent with what we have been talking about for years. We did come back for an update in December where we discussed that after a further discussion and additional intervals of analysis, the infrastructure dollars particularly would probably go up to be able to support this project and make it successful. And that's when we asked for some additional time to do further analysis and get a little bit more confidence in what those numbers are, what the scope looks like, making sure we're properly coordinating with Crossland Southeast, what they're doing, make sure we're not double counting anything. And so that's where we are today. We've done all that work. We tested it with our in-house design group. We've tested it with a couple different general contractors, and now we're at a place that we feel confident we can move forward, paper the deal, and get construction underway and start implementing the project. Next slide. Another brief reminder, the 4 entities that are involved, Edge Sports Global, Bolton Ivory Canty, Charlotte Soccer Academy, and Southern Entertainment. Edge Sports Global and Bolton Ivory Canty will partner on the indoor sports facility. Charlotte Soccer Academy and Southern Entertainment will partner on the outdoor or the soccer facility. And through this process, there'll be a number of LLCs that will be created to make sure that they are keeping themselves in check and having a strong partnership amongst the 4 of them. For example, there will be one umbrella LLC that's going to be created that's sort of keeping everything tied together from the different partnerships along the way, as well as in agreements with the city in terms of what the overriding terms of the ultimate terms are of that agreement with that partnership between the 4 entities. There will also be a couple LLCs that are created, one for the indoor facility and one for the outdoor facility. And a lot of that, again, is just from the partnership side of them, making sure that amongst themselves, everything is being protected, their individual risks are being protected, as well as they've all got skin in the game and they're all working well together as we continue to move forward. Next slide. Just a little bit further detail on the site plan. As you see, the number 1 here, that's the indoor sports facility. It's about 100,000 feet. Number 2 is the food and beverage pad. It's about 6,000 to 10,000 square foot restaurant that's being anticipated for that space. Number 3 is the soccer fields. 4 is that building I referenced in an earlier slide. Letters A and C, those are the parking lots that are associated and supporting the 2 tourism facilities. And then B is the new street that will be connecting Hollyfield Drive, which is under construction now, and then Lower Lake to the east.
That's surface parking, right?
Correct. It's a bit of a deeper dive into the programming. Indoor soccer facility, the indoor sports facility, 100,000 feet, multi-purpose courts, which can be converted from 10 basketball courts to 16 volleyball courts to 30 pickleball courts, turf, et cetera. We'll have a limited amount of F&B, think about concessions, bar, restaurant. A fitness center has some leasable space with be targeted more towards medical, sports, physical therapy. Also have space for the nonprofit ran community learning center. The difference here from when we spoke about this in the fall of last year, there was some discussion about including an ice rink. That's been basically removed from phase 1 and will be pushed into phase 2 and become back at a later phase based on demand and so forth. So now instead of having a 150,000 foot facility, we've got a 100,000 foot facility. The interesting piece on the ice is, from a competitive perspective, that would be waiting for another, the next phase. But on a community perspective, there are opportunities from the soccer fields and other places during the winter months to actually have an outdoor ice rink and kind of bring back the reminiscence and the nostalgia of when the ice rink was at the mall many years ago. From the sports fields, that program has relatively unchanged. We have 6 multi-sport artificial turf fields, which will support soccer, flag football, lacrosse, field hockey. Again, the F&B pad at 6,000 to 10,000 feet and just under 800 parking spaces to support all that. From a land transaction standpoint, this is something that frequently comes up. And now what's consistent with a lot of these types of amateur sports facilities around the country is we are looking at a ground lease and be a 50-year ground lease at a $1 per year for both the indoor facility and the outdoor facility. The indoor facility would take about 8.5, or just over 8 acres, and then the outdoor just under 18 acres. The food and beverage pad would be sold market rate, and that we'd also be providing that umbrella LLC that I mentioned. They would have the first right of refusal to acquire that site at a market rate, and there would be certain milestones that will be included in that option to make sure that is transacted and built by a certain amount of time, or else they no longer have that option to secure that site.
Someone's not having a good day. They're watching the tennis match. That's what frustration to say. 19 double faults. Yeah.
So it's great to hear when you're speaking and you hear
I'm sorry.
They're talking about you or not. So some of the findings from the additional analysis that Tracy mentioned and that we talked about over the last 6 to 8 months, Again, we brought in a design consultant, which thankfully is the same one that Cross and Southeast is using, which helps coordinate the activities, helps confirm that we have the right scope, that we're looking at this, that we're not double counting, we're not missing anything. And so that's something that was really helpful to do. And we also started to explore what are the cost estimates with a couple of different contractors, just to make sure we are in the same ballpark, what that looks like. What are the needs with retaining walls? What are the needs with asphalt and streetscape and grading? So there's a lot of different areas. And one of the other things that doesn't always come up is just making sure they're in the right buckets. When you're in the private sector doing this, you think of infrastructure, you don't really think of public versus private. You just think of site work, infrastructure, it is what it is. Here we've got to really think through, okay, what is the infrastructure component that is truly public that would fit under the CIP bucket, and that way we can use to reimburse with CIP funds, versus private infrastructure that might be fine grading, something that's connecting to the utilities, something like that, that we can cover under a different bucket, say the hospitality funds, or it would actually be private funding. So, but it could not be CIP funding. So that's where we had to really get into the detail of understanding what really is attributable to CIP or could be reimbursable from the CIP program. Some of the other things that we really take into consideration is, like, again, the coordination with Crossland Southeast. For example, Crossland is on the hook for doing some of the off-site improvements along Central and Albemarle. Wanted to make sure that the sports complex team isn't including that, because that could make a difference of additional $1 million or $500,000, depending on what that is, and making sure that we actually we do have the right scope for the work that's going to be attributable to the sports complex in that area. Some of the other areas of soft cost, design, permitting, price escalations, which have been pretty volatile over the last several years, and contingency, again, trying to account for some price volatility over the last several years. Just to dig a little deeper into some of the notable infrastructure improvements, some of the challenges of really maximizing the site with the two programs, and really putting a lot of strain on a site that's already kind of constrained by size, grade, and shape. Retaining walls are incredibly important for this, and unfortunately, they're also incredibly expensive. We're looking at walls 1 and 2 on the bottom part of the map. That will actually support the public infrastructure, the roads and the streetscape work, and we're looking at those to be reimbursed and be supported by our capital dollars and our CIP. Walls 3 and 4, because there is no public infrastructure directly tied to those walls, they could not be covered by CIP, so we would actually be putting those into the bucket of hospitality funding that we could actually reimburse through our hospitality funds, because they are directly supporting the construction of the indoor facility and the soccer facility. Next slide. There's some other notable infrastructure improvements, removing and replacing some of the storm pipes on the site. Some of these date back to before the mall, or when the mall was constructed. So, one of the things we had to do, for example, the 54-inch pipe that runs effectively from the northwest towards the southeast part of the site, we had to wait and see what the site plan looked like, because you can't build a pipe under a building. You don't want to build a pipe under a field that you're just going to have to tear up. So we wanted to make sure we had the proper alignment before we actually start building, constructing it, and making sure that we've got everything aligned with whatever the site plan is actually going to end up being. The installation of the water and sanitary sewer that basically runs along the new street connection from Hollyfield to Royal Lake, as well as that new street that runs from Hollyfield to Royal Lake. So some other things you see on the slide to talk about what percentage would be funded through CIP. That was done through our analysis to determine what actually is a publicly or a CIP reimbursable expense that is directly associated and tied to public infrastructure improvements. Next slide. So what does this all mean? And throughout all that analysis, the numbers come back to a public infrastructure cost of about $18.994 million, so just under $19 million. Again, the primary components of this are site grading, water, sewer, storm installation, retaining walls, a host of infrastructure improvements on the site. The soccer complex comes to $15.5 million, just under $15.5 million. Charlotte Soccer Academy and Southern Entertainment would come up with $8.5 million. Of that, they would bring to the table $4 million in equity, which equates to about 25% of the total cost of the soccer complex. And they would also be getting $4.5 million in debt financing to support the project. And they're seeking $7 million from hospitality funds to support it. The indoor sports facility has come to $32.6 million. Edge Sports Global and Bolton Ivy Canty would be responsible for $17.3 million. They are bringing $7 million to the table in equity, and that would be about 21% of the total cost. And also retaining financing for $10.4 million. They are seeking $15.3 million from the hospitality funds to support the project. All in all, the city investment is just around 47% of the total cost of the two complexes. Next slide. Just kind of bring us back to where we are today. Just to sum up, reminder where we are last winter, where $30 million was approved for reimbursable expenses. $10 million of that was from CIP, $20 million from the Convention Center tax fund certificates of participation. Again, in December, we kind of saw the writing on the wall that this wasn't going to be enough to really cover the infrastructure costs based on where we were seeing it going. So we needed some additional time to do that further analysis and dive a little deeper and get a little bit more confident and comfortable before we come back to council and seek additional funding. Next slide. Which brings us kind of the summary here, where again, $30 million approved in October of last year. Updated analysis indicates that the total cost for the hospital, or the total funds seeking from the hospitality funds, comes to $22.3 million. The CIP coming to $18.99 million, which equates to an additional request of $11.338 million, which will be allocated with 8.9 coming from the CIP and 2.3 coming from hospitality funds. Next slide. So next steps. We still have a lot of work to do. We still have to get everything on paper, continue working with the development team, which is going really well. And what we're asking today is for council to make a recommendation, refer this to full council for approval, and to authorize up to an additional $11.338 million to reimburse for expenses associated with public infrastructure and the construction of the indoor and outdoor amateur sports facility, allocated as follows, as you see on the slide, which is $8.994 million for CIP and $2.334 million from hospitality funds. And I turn it over for you for any questions.
Thank you for the great presentation, and I'm so excited about what I've seen, and I know the work that's been put in by everybody involved over the last year. Certainly staff being in the middle, being an honest broker, bringing everyone together, and obviously the improvements and enhancements and the construction on the cross and southeast side. All of this is coming together pretty well. So I'm very excited that we're here today. Obviously, there is a request for an additional funding to support infrastructure costs. That was not foreseen until further evaluation of both of the joint proposals. So I open the committee for questions from members who may have any, and at the appropriate time after questions, I would entertain a motion to move it to council for full consideration. Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Todd, thank you for the presentation, you and Tracy. I've had a whole lot of intermittent conversations with you guys, and I appreciate you keeping me abreast as we've continued through this process. My first part is a statement, really, and it's one of those statements, it's kind of self-fulfilling in that, I came to East Charlotte. Actually, I moved to Charlotte in 2004, so I remember when Eastland was erected. And being from North Carolina, you can't be from within a certain mile radius and not have experienced what Eastland is. Living here and experiencing it is one thing, but like Eastland was such a big deal that people took field trips to come to Eastland, as I did. But moving to the east side, experiencing it, and then watching its decline has been something that has been a challenge for everyone throughout our city, residents and ones that don't live on the east side alike. I, for one, I remember the night that the idea to have a combined option came to be, where it was born. Initially, I had a conversation with Council Member Watlington. She and I talked, and then we called Council Member Graham, and we talked to him, and then we split responsibility. Like, let's talk to the council. Let's start calling around. And I remember the first call I made was to Tariq Bakari, Councilmember Bakari. And, you know, he had a few questions and he was pretty puzzled, like, well, are you sure? Like, you know, okay, you know, and he was like, well, let me make some calls and let's see, you know, and we started. What I'm saying is that I was completely heartened by the council in that intermittently it became a responsibility for us all. We all took responsibility. We all talked to our counterparts intermittently where, you know, the idea was pitched that, hey, is it a possibility that this can be a combined effort? And it took a group effort for that to happen. And then ultimately, you know, I remember calling Miss Carlenia and talking to her and finding out whether they were even interested in the proposal itself. I mean, it was something that is so, what I estimate to be unheard of for two what were initially opposing parties to say, hey, we're going to work together for the benefit of a community and for the best interest and the outcome, and here we are, right? And in that, you know, these two seemingly competing opportunities have done what I feel to be unheard of, right? And we have an additional amount to entertain as a council. And from my perspective, you know, it's a no-brainer, right? But I'm at the will of my colleagues to say, will you join me in this effort? We've come this far. You know, we can see the finish line and we can see this opportunity being realized. And we've had two entities with no prior, you know, ability or no prior experience of working together, willing to come together, willing to work together for the benefit of our community and our city. And now, are we willing to do our part to finish this? And for me, that's a hell yes. And it's a resounding hell yes. And I'm asking for the favor of, you know, this committee to refer the conversation to a full council so that we can hold the discussion and we can make the best informed decision, because we informed two businesses and entities, and, you know, we gave them a proposition, we gave them a charge, and they done it. And so I, you know, ask for you guys to do what you've done for me until this point, what we've done for us, right? Because this is a win for all of us. I remember before I was elected in 22, I came to the groundbreaking for Crosland Southeast, and I hadn't even taken my oath. And I remember that almost every single one of the council members were there. I mean, it is really an us opportunity. It really is a Charlotte opportunity to really realize the Eastland Yards project. And so I am thoroughly excited about the potential for this being a realized finishing part of this. I feel like that we all impacted this. I think we all had our parts to play, and I'm in complete and total gratitude to you guys, the staff, to the residents of East Charlotte who never stopped fighting for what they believed in, and to my colleagues on the council. So with that, I'll offer the floor back to anybody else who'd like to make a comment.
Hell yes, sounds like a motion. Okay, we're gonna go to Mr. Driggs and then to.
That's my hell yes motion, by the way, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we're gonna hold
you
that,
can leave that on the floor.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that on the floor. Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The road to this point was bumpy, and I just remind our colleagues, the road is always bumpy, right? I mean, think about the stadium deal, think about the arena, think about the UDO. It's never smooth, right? And we all had to work hard to reconcile what we wanted to achieve and avoid things that we wanted to avoid. I do have one question about past history. So Eastland was already a topic when I joined council in 2013, and the city spent money to acquire the site and then to improve the site in order to make it kind of accessible. Do you remember what those amounts were?
So I believe the city acquired it for 12 or 13 million and put another 2 million in to demolish the mall.
That's about my recollection.
Yes,
so I just want to be clear, there is a history of our investment there. And I believe the terms of our deal with Crosland are such that we will recover some of that investment by selling land to them. Is that right?
That is correct. So we have our agreement with Carlson is we are selling them at an agreed upon price point, and then if they were to turn around and sell it to a third party, we do share in the revenue proceeds from that.
Right.
So if there's not a benefit of being able to kind of flip the property, so we are taking advantage of
understood.
that. And we are receiving
Right.
revenue that we're looking to reinvest into and with the master lease as well.
So I bring that up just because I want to highlight the fact, I know that East Charlotte has suffered from underinvestment, and I'm reminded of that even today. But let's focus on this, right? So it took a long time, no question. And again, the road was bumpy, but we've arrived at a point now where all kinds of things are happening at the old Eastland site. And that is on the basis of a willingness of the city to invest substantial amounts, and I will support this investment. And I just hope that as we have continuing conversations about mobility and other subjects, that East Charlotte recognizes that it is important to us that we do the right thing. I also wanted to recognize Councilmember Molina, who, when I talk about a bumpy ride, was in the middle of a lot of what went on and fought valiantly to defend the interests of her constituents and at the same time deal with the environment that we were in on council in terms of the availability of funds, ensuring that we had funds available, and ultimately helping us to get to where we are now, which is a solution that incorporates the best of two competing outcomes. I think that's a good thing. And as to the $30 million, we were a little surprised when we first heard about a cost estimate that was more than that. But my own view is we had put the $30 million out there as an assurance to East Charlotte that we would not commit funds elsewhere and then end up not having money. It wasn't necessarily that we would not spend more than $30 million. It was just because of other proposals that were being considered, we wanted to make sure that there would be funds for some solution because it took a long time to get there. So, I think this is a good answer. And I think it's worth the extra investment that's indicated. It's not surprising that the infrastructure cost has gone up because everything has. And therefore, long story short, I do intend to join my colleague and support this and appreciate your work.
Okay. A hand clap, maybe a second. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation and all of the work that's been done on this initiative. Can we just, I want to make sure that the dollar amounts that we were talking about, there were two buckets. I don't know if we can go back to that slide, but I want to ask staff about their confidence level of this project getting past the finish line, right? Coming to.
Based on the conversations and the approach we've taken over the last several months, we have done a significant amount of due diligence. We've tested it with our own in-house staff. So we are pretty confident, pretty highly confident in the numbers that are here. Now, if something happens tomorrow, don't hold me accountable that, if something changes dramatically, but based on what we have today, we're really highly confident that once we actually get the documents ready to go, the team is ready to go. In fact, some of the team members were itching to get going, 6 months ago on everything. So everybody is really chomping at the bit to get going. And so once we get through this piece, then we paper it, and then everybody's ready to move forward once Crosland basically wraps up every work. So everything should be, the timing and the schedule should actually work out really well. And if I may, I just also want to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Bolton, Mr. Canty, who are here, as well as some of the other teammates who are listening online. The partnership that they have demonstrated over the last 8 to 12 months has been really fantastic. It's been really helpful for us, and it's really would not have been here where we are today without that partnership. So I just also wanted to kind of comment on that as well.
Thank you for the statement and the high confidence level. I too support an investment in Eastland, but just wanted to make sure that we see these two dollar amounts here, the 30 million and then the additional 11 million as a total of 41 million dollars that we're investing in East Charlotte, in this Eastland property. And I agree with Mr. Driggs. This has been an area that's underinvested for many, many years, and the onus is on us to ensure that we are investing so economic development can occur in this area. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McCarty, Mr. Mitchell, no, yes?
Yes. First, kudos to staff. First, kudos to staff, Tracy and Todd, and particularly Todd, for you doing a lot of heavy lifting on this project, taking two separate projects, combining into one. Thank you to Bolton and Ivory and Canty for being patient and for hanging there with us as we go through our due diligence to make sure we can have a project we can put in front of this committee and council to move forward. And to the citizens of the East Side, I got to say thank you. Thank you for your attendance at these meetings. Thank you for lobbying us and keep pushing us and making sure we was going to do the right thing. I'll say my other comments later on, and I'm hoping, Todd, the motion would be we will vote on this Monday, September the 9th, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't hear that part, but I want to make sure I see my East Side folks saying yes. So I hope the motion that Miss Molina said hell yes to meant September the 9th. And thank you, staff, and look forward to it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mitchell, and you're absolutely right. I was going to caveat that there's only one business meeting this month, and we want to go ahead and check it as being done, and then allow the staff to really begin the intrusive work of building the facility, right? I think we're ready to build something, and I don't think you guys know, but I actually met my wife at Eastland Mall on the bus going home as I was working at Wilson's Menswear.
Player.
Selling
Move to
clothes.
approve 2 million more.
Just things. So it's the Eastern conversation and the transit conversation all at once. Right?
Thank you.
All right. No train, though.
No, sir.
It needs to be a train. All right. So there's a motion on the floor to move forward the Eastern redevelopment.
And my notes say hell yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, to refer, there was a hell yes to refer to the full council and recommend approval to authorize up to an additional $11.338 million for reimbursement of expenses associated with public infrastructure improvements and the indoor-outdoor amateur sports facility, that we take this vote on September 9th, which is our next business meeting. There was a motion to approve. There was a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I think we're going to build a sports facility.
There you go.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And with that,
Adjourn.
we can adjourn.
All right. Got 30 minutes back before we get started.
Yes, ma'am.
We're waiting for staff to let us know when we can go live.
Studio, we're ready to go live, please. We're live, Ms. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dimple Ajmera. Welcome to the Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. Today is September 3rd, and I'm the committee chair. Let's start with introductions with my vice chair. Has Mr. Bukhari joined?
He's attempting to sign in, Madam Chair.
Okay. So let's start with introductions with committee members in the room.
Lawana Mayfield, committee member, council member at large.
James Mitchell, committee member, council member at large.
And Ms. Mayfield, can you please help me with going around the room with introductions?
Yes, Madam Chair. We'll start on the back wall. If you can just please say your name.
Jalil, Strategy and Budget.
John Long, General Services.
Ethan Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Tina Adams, Internal Audit.
Craig Terrell, Internal Audit.
Marcy Mars, General Services. Sadia Khan, General Services. Penny Helms, General Services.
Ashley Price, General. Mary Ramsey, the Charlotte Observer.
Carolyn Millen, Planning Commissioner.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Bree Harris, Strategy and Budget.
That's everyone, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. Looks like we have all the departments represented here. And can we start with introduction also virtually? I see Mayor Pro Tem Anderson has joined.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
And Ms. Liu?
Jalil, Strategy and Budget.
All right. Well, thank you all. Looks like we do have a quorum here. And I do have to step out in about 20 minutes, and Councilwoman Mayfield will help me chair the meeting. But we do have a packed agenda today with first item where we do have an action at the end of the presentation. It's the item that we have been reviewing. It's our financial partner process. And then second item we have that Councilwoman Mayfield and Councilman Mitchell are very passionate about. It's our procurement process. So let's start with our financial partners process and get an update on that. And then Councilwoman Mayfield will chair the conversation on the procurement process. Ms. Heath, did I miss anything?
That covers it. Are we
Ms.
ready?
Smith.
I think, Marie, that's your green light.
Thank you, and good afternoon. And again, as Ms. Ajmera mentioned, this is a follow-up from your work in the previous couple of months. And quickly, we'll go through just a review because it's been a while since you've discussed it. But as a reminder, the committee had a referral to look at our financial partners process, look through it and see what criteria did we use? Did you need to strengthen any of the processes or the criteria to make you feel more comfortable with the process in general and make it flow better? And at the May and June meetings, y'all reviewed the current process, had a lot of discussion, gave us a lot of feedback, and we developed process enhancements based on that, and also a potential policy for your consideration. And first, just to touch on the housing-related partnerships, currently now, starting with this year, anything that's federally funded, they're going to hold a specific RFP around those specifications and that process. Ms. Brown just joined us as well. Hey, good afternoon.
Yes, hi. Right here, on the side.
So we'll have a specific RFP for federally funded, but any other housing-related applications that aren't through the federally funded process will go through this process as well. And just as a reminder, you've already given us a lot of feedback, and we've already planned to implement process enhancements based on your feedback. And one of the main ones is currently right now, in previous years, we took the information from the financial partners and compiled it in packets for you to review. Now we're going to add to that by bringing together a team of internal expertise like workforce development, community engagement, different folks from around the organization that touch different expertise levels, and they're going to review and rank those for you. So, I mean, that's just another tool you have. Instead of just getting the information straight from the partners, you also have staff's assessment. And along with that, also, currently they have performance measures. They have equity measures, mid-year measures that are performance-based. But right now, what we do is we take those and we try to make sure they're complete, but then we give them straight to you. But now, going forward, if there's a partner that's a current partner and they're applying again, you'll have staff's assessment of, are they really moving forward with what we're funding them for from the previous year? So that's a new process enhancement. And you had mentioned about wanting 30% or less. And in the process, we're going to note that, but we'll talk about the policy in a minute if y'all want to formalize that into a policy. But now in the packet, regardless if a policy moves forward, we're going to show you that breakdown so you'll be familiar with that, and you'll have the rank order and, like I mentioned, staff assessment of their performance goals. Now, it doesn't mean they're getting 100 because they have to do all of them, but at least they're making traction towards those goals. And then the next part is more a policy. So if y'all want to formalize some of the things, the feedback you've given us, and we're, like I said, we're already making the process changes, but there's two important ones we wouldn't make unless y'all told us this is the policy y'all want going forward. One of them is 30%. You mentioned, I think you mentioned originally 20%, but we felt like maybe 30% would be better. And I think your rationale, and you definitely tell me, but based on your feedback previously, you didn't want them to be fully reliant. You wanted us to give them enough so they could get up and running and give them a boost, but not fully reliant on us. And I remember, Mr. Mitchell, you mentioned not like rent or something, or even if we're funding a staff person, we're just funding it temporarily for this program. So we didn't want to put somebody out on the street because all of a sudden they're not getting city funding anymore. And so that's one piece, the 30%, and also y'all discussed a term limit. So like 5 years, and if it's still something we feel like we need to fund after 5 years, should it really be a contract with one of our departments? Is it like part of our core services? You know, otherwise we're trying to get them up and running and on their own legs and then create room and capacity for someone else to come in. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
And
Marie, can we go back to the previous slide?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. First, let me congratulate you on your promotion. We are looking forward to working with you, and thank you for incorporating committee members' feedback in this policy that's being suggested here, and especially the criteria that will be used moving forward. In terms of active nonprofit organizations, I don't remember discussing that. Is that, I don't believe that's our current requirement. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. So that's just putting in the process, into the policy what we already do. So any partner that applies has to be a nonprofit organization and have an active, and I forgot the form they have to be, but they have to be active.
So this is one item that I do want to share concerns about, because I've heard from some grassroots organizations that are working to get their nonprofit status will not be able to be financial partners. And I want to make sure if they're meeting other criteria and they're really helping us further our city's goals and priorities, we should look at this nonprofit requirement, because we all know it takes time to get that nonprofit certifications. I've heard from organizations that take weeks and months, where they also have to engage professionals to get that certification done. And a lot of organizations are great at doing the work, but they need help from professionals, whether it be a CPA or accountant, to go through that process, and that requires expertise. So I would like to hear from committee members if they would be willing to consider partners that are working towards it. They may not necessarily have secured a nonprofit status yet. What do you all think? Especially organizations that are at grassroots level, that are just really working to stabilize that 501c3 status.
No, ma'am. Also, Madam Chair, I wanted to acknowledge that Councilmember Brown is in attendance, so she will be introducing herself as well. These, and Marie, correct me if I'm wrong, what you are bringing forward to us is giving us the opportunity to codify in language what we have already been doing. The bare minimum, you need to be a 501c3. The average 501c3 application is around 30, 45 days. Only time it takes more than that is if paperwork is not submitted correctly or if there's challenges. For us to ensure that we are protecting the community, and if we're using tax dollars, at the bare minimum, that organization needs to be a licensed 501c3, and they are, I believe it's a 1099 or 1099.
501c3.
No. The actual, the 1099 that they have to fill out for tax purposes. So at the bare minimum, they need to be a licensed 501c3. But Ms. Harris, I just wanted to confirm if that's what we were talking about.
Can I say something?
So, Ms.
yes, so Ms.
Brown,
Marie.
go ahead. I see your hand raised, and especially if it's as someone who actually runs a nonprofit organization,
Right.
I'd love to hear your perspective.
Marie is going to give me a response to the question.
Oh,
Thank you. And yes, that's correct. And to your point, for taxpayer accountability, how we're using funds and divvying out those funds, that currently is a bare minimum. The only two things that we're not doing now that would be in this policy are the 30% and the 5 years.
So thank you. Councilwoman Tijuana Brown, District 3. I'm here present at the meeting. So I hear my colleague clear. And I saw also Mr. Mitchell, Councilmember Mitchell, in agreement. I agree with Eshamir, only because I know, I hear you taking a deep breath. I know how hard it is to get some people off the ground, so can we look at a fiscal sponsor coming in that has all of their credentials that can stand in for them? Because that means that the money will funnel down through their fiscal sponsor, and these folks that are really doing the work are learning the process. It does not take long, but if you don't know, you don't know. There was a time when I did not know. There's a time when some folks out there that really wants to get involved that don't know. And so I also want to ask about, I'm just asking, that's just from a perspective of someone that started off of a passion and wanted to do something to give back on my life experience and didn't know what I was doing from a can of paint when I first started. So you get a mentor, they guide you, they take you through the process, checks and balances. We're not skipping anything. This is taxpayers' money. We want to be good stewards over that. But we also want to be different and inclusive. So that's my stand on that. While I do respect and understand what my colleagues are saying, grassroots organizations, they're just not there. And so I know Foundation of the Carolinas, they do something like that. And they allow them to get a mentor and walk them through the process and just do not shut the door on them. So that's my stand.
thank you, Ms. Brown. I completely agree with you 100%. I love this idea of having a fiscal partner in the process so that we are not closing doors on any organizations while ensuring that there is accountability and there is fiscal responsibility. Because at the end of the day, we want to open the doors for organizations that have not worked with the city in the past. And not always go with the status quo. So this really creates equitable access for all organizations. So I would really like us to consider that. But that's all I have. Mr. Mitchell, I know you haven't spoken on that.
Councilmember Brown wasn't done.
Oh, Councilwoman Brown, sorry. It's very difficult. Councilwoman Mayfield, if you want to sort of help me chair the discussion, because I cannot see everyone in the room, because I'm looking at the PowerPoint, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
All right, and so I just wanted to go, I thought we was going to take questions at the end, but I'll just interject this. Funding for organization can continue up to 5 years. So, yeah, by that time, they should be grounded, their foundation should be set. They should be able to sustain, whether it's private dollars, corporate dollars, grants funding. 5 years will put them on a clear path to being able to sustain their organization. However, there's one thing I want to ask. What is that 5 consecutive years? The person come, go, how are we gonna, I just wanna, the 5-year piece is, if I apply this year, but I don't apply next year, then I come back? Is it just 5 times, 5 years? I wanna close that gap right there.
So that's a good question. It's however, because this is new, this is something based
Okay,
on feedback.
all right.
So however y'all prefer.
Okay,
to
no
move it
problem. I just
forward.
wanted to know if you got staff head with behind the scenes and maybe discuss. Okay, that's cool. Thank you. I'm done.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. So let me first start off saying I totally agree with Councilmember Mayfield on having active nonprofit organizations, but I hear the passion of Councilmember Brown and you, Madam Chair. So, let me kind of throw out a solution. So to me, it depends on when we are applying, when we release the financial partner information. Maybe we have a grace period for those organizations who do not have a 501c3. We provide assistance for them to get established. And what I mean, we got a legal department of 30 attorneys. We got assistance in neighborhood services. And so to me, we want to.
You like, no,
And so, I'm sorry, Rebecca. Come on.
Don't blame you.
And so I do think we want to be inclusive, but I want us to be very clear and be very sensitive that a 501c3 process is crucial when we're talking about dealing with city dollars and federal dollars. So what I think we need to provide a solution, if James Mitchell wants to apply for the city of Charlotte, the application is due is February the 1st. Hopefully we would notify him in December that the application is coming out. And we have item B, if you're not a 501c3 and would like assistance from city of Charlotte, please contact us. A, we can give you a mentor, or B, we can provide legal services to help you get established. Because some people would charge up to $250 for your 501c3, so I agree with Councilmember Brown, we need to be sensitive to the market. But my goal is to get everybody who wants to apply to be 501c3. If that means we provide some services, I think we should be able to do that.
Yes, sir, I agree. I agree. However, let's not cancel out the fiscal sponsor. Because they're going through the process. That could be a mentor.
Right.
So as we're having this conversation, we have some staff that are in the room. Of course, as a committee, we will have to vote on that type of a recommendation, and if that's going to be in the form of an actual recommendation. Here's the challenge that I have. It is not our responsibility to, without having a conversation with staff, to think about what that potential impact could be. We already have a number of programs that are in place. And when the RFPs go out, it does give the baseline of what the minimum requirements are. Also, we don't really like to have the conversation all the time, but everybody does not need to run a nonprofit.
That's true.
We have there is a small slice of the totality of that pie in which we fund our financial partners. Some of these organizations really could partner with the current organization that's already doing the work versus the fact that they have a passion for a particular area. There might be 3 groups that we're already funding that's doing that work, that they've never done the first Google search on to even find out if there's there. So before moving down the road to try to say, to create another job expectation for staff, I think it would be helpful to hear from staff if that is something that, one, are we already doing it? 2, if that's something that can be considered to add to their workload. Marie?
And thank you. No, we're not already doing it, but if you'll recall a couple months back when Cherry Smith, who's over this process, and that was something new. So not just for 501c3s, but for anybody that applied and doesn't get funding, she's going to follow up with them and link them to resources. She's already started getting some training set up and things. So that was already something new based on your feedback that we're implementing now, not specific to 5, but it would apply to that as well.
And I thank you for that clarification, because I do remember us having a conversation, because we have partners, and that reduces the liability of staff. And then if staff were to receive an extremely heavy workload in a particular month and this doesn't get done, then we have community complaining about staff not doing their job. So thank you for that clarification, that there is a level where if you are not approved, we are then directing you to a partner to help you through the process, but staff is not being the individuals that are having to walk someone through that process.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think,
Councilmember Brown.
thank you so much, Councilmember Mayfield. I think that staff definitely would, I agree with you on staff. I think that would put red tape, raise flags, and different things of that nature from community on the perspective of staff negating that process. So I like the process that you just introduced to us, that if a person does not get it the first time, they will be able to come back and see what the areas of opportunities were, and they can move forward with trying to grow and get that. Because I mean, now I've kind of like become a nonprofit guru because of all the flaws. It's the truth. And so some of them just really need to go through the process to see what it is to get it done.
Thank Councilmember Mitchell.
So let me make sure I'm staying on the same page, committee and staff. I thought there was 2 things we were talking about. One is you have to be 501c3 to apply.
Correct.
Right? And but what Marie just laid out, in the event that you did not get selected,
Correct.
then there's a way that we engage you in making sure that you know lessons learned.
Correct.
But I think Madam Chair is trying to address the first part. She is saying, let's don't have a nonprofit requirement, and so anybody can apply for the funds. And I thought that was a conversation we was having. Do we want anyone to apply, be able to apply for the funds, or just the one that has active nonprofit?
Councilman Mitchell, you are correct. That is what Madam Chair Ajmir introduced. It wasn't introduced in the form of a motion, but she did ask for us to have that discussion. I personally am not in favor of us changing our current rules. I don't know what the impact will be, since we have had long standing, the minimum requirements being the 501c3.
Right.
And what we have done additionally is to add on to our plate connecting an organization if they need assistance. I don't think that you should not have the minimum requirement.
I agree.
So
But that is up for discussion.
it's up for discussion. So if I hear my colleagues correctly, you want solidly for them to be a 501c3, not even filling out the
That's the
application.
minimum.
Request, I know, the minimum, request for proposal.
Yeah.
But then that will eliminate what Councilmember Eshamir and I are stating.
Right.
I will have to stick to the fact that I don't think they should have to be 501c3 to come and to apply. If they have a request for proposal and they're doing the work already, I'll stand my ground with that one.
So, sorry, Ms. Brown, just to follow up on that, then we would need to definitely, and I'm not saying either way, definitely carve out saying you're pursuing that, because otherwise you'll get for-profits trying to apply as well.
Well, no, we're not saying for profits.
Right, but if you don't have to be nonprofit, that opens the door. So would just need to say, if you go with what you're proposing.
Right, so my words are, a person that is pursuing their nonprofit.
Okay, pursuing it.
Yeah, I'm not saying for-profit. This is work that grassroots organizations do that need funding to help them build their foundation, to organize, to be able to move forward. So I'm saying, yes, they need to be pursuing nonprofit. If I say fiscal sponsor, then that automatically is nonprofit. Their paperwork is in, or they're showing us that they're going to submit their paperwork to the IRS and Secretary of State. That's what I'm saying. That's me. I'm not saying for-profits come in, because there's different funding for people that have businesses and for-profit. I'm speaking specifically for nonprofit organizations, and I can also counterback off of what Councilmember Mayfield said, that some of them don't need to be in that category, and then the wheel is already invented, so they can tie to some of the organizations that are already doing it. The problem with that is the islands. You know, the work, the silos, the islands, people doing work, and I don't want you over here in my territory, but there's enough work for everybody to do it. And so what? If Councilmember Mitchell and I have organizations and we're doing the work and we're applying, not as council members, but as regular people in the community, I need to say that for the record. You know, if we're regular folks in the community, not standing council members that want to do it, but we're doing similar work. If Mr. Mitchell wants to work on his side of the town and I want to work on my side of the town, we should be able to do that if we're bringing the request forward and we get selected in the process and say, oh, you know, you got all this good work, you have your letters of recommendation, whatever we require. They have all of that, and it's like, I don't have a 501c3. I never thought about it. I funded my organization all these years. What do you do for a person like that? I know it has to be nonprofit, but I guess we can figure it out, but I just don't want to close the door on people. And it's not going to be that many people.
So, Councilmember Brown, for clarification, because I think what I'm also hearing is we got to get the language right.
Okay.
So, for what you're saying, and in line with Marie saying, in pursuit of the language, if we're making a recommendation, would be for, because we also got to put a window around it.
Okay.
That you're in pursuit of your 501c3, and or the language can say that you're in anticipation of receiving your 501c3 within the next 45 days or 60 days, because you have to put a limit on it.
I would say 90. The IRS is.
So, and I hear what
90
you're
days
saying.
is not a long time, and the IRS sometimes don't come back in 90 days.
I hear what you're saying. Here's some of the possible challenges that we
got
have
you.
to think about. So we have a number of organizations that are actively doing the work and have their 501c3 status. You have another organization that is new to the community that just started providing whatever services that they provided. They've been doing this work for under 6 months. They don't have the tracking as far as tracking the numbers. They weren't aware of it, but then they come and present because they see the open RFP, but what they're asking for in that RFP is for us to basically backfill funding for what they've already paid. We've already had that conversation once, where we had an organization that was doing great work. They then submitted a request to council later for backfill. We don't have the legal ability to do that by law. By state statute, we can't do that. So when we think about who will have access to this and all of the organizations that are already there, the example you gave, if the both of you were to go out and you submit it to the RFP, that stronger RFP is going to be the one that has the 501c3 and has a track record of a window, versus that new one where here's an idea of where I think I can be able to serve, and now I'm asking for you to help fund. We just need to make sure that we are giving staff the right direction on the language of whether it's 90 days, since you're familiar with going through the process. At this point, you say it can take about 90 days. I would say
longer.
after that 90 days is when you need to be applying, not before. But if we're going to open the door, I just think it will be helpful for staff if we can give them direction on you are working to obtain your 501c3, because what happens if they don't receive that 501c3?
Then they don't get the funding. That's with any grant.
Okay, so
I
for
get what you're
staff,
saying.
we got just
Okay.
have to make sure.
I know. So
Because
for
once
staff, we need to
award-
make sure, but
once
for-
we award, there are very few times that you don't receive that award, and adding a contingency of your award, if you are selected, that your award is not released until after you show proof of this.
That's fine.
Let me finish. That can create an additional level of red tape that we've never talked about before.
I don't know what the red tape is, but let's talk about it. Because for me, in my stance in the community, I'm going to still fight for those people that are doing the work on very, very entry level, that needs an opportunity. So that's who I'm fighting for.
But they still can have I'm talking, so I just want us to be
I get what
clear
you're
for
saying,
our role.
but I don't want it to be, it's becoming more difficult than what it should. Because in any process that I went through, with all due respect, you could be applying for your 501c3, and there's thousands of companies that will allow you to apply for grants.
Correct.
If you show proof that
The
you have
city of
applied.
Charlotte is, and you're absolutely right. And there is a space for those companies, but there's also the space that the city has. So we have to remember that we have to stay within our lane and not create a lane that's so wide that it could possibly create challenges. That's why we're having a discussion. So Marie has some additional
So
information.
I'm just trying to figure out what is our lane. We make the policy.
So
We're discussing right now
For
what we can
a
and cannot
specific
do.
role.
I get it, but what was so let's go back for a minute. I want to know what was the process, because the process that I saw, there wasn't a process. To Ashermere's point, when we looked at the applications and you went and we said the folks that were asking for the astronomical amount of money, maybe there's a limit when somebody comes in entry level what they can apply for, because that's normally what happens. You're capped at $25,000. Maybe there's something else that we can do to show.
So, I'm sorry,
We haven't gotten that far. We haven't
Okay, no problem.
to interrupt your conversation, but just, I think this may help it. So it's definitely up to y'all's when I say what the committee wants to recommend to full council to implement. But if it's your will, we could say, pursuing it, and then to Ms. Mayfield's point, you don't get, actually, in the contract, you're not getting funded until you have it in place. So, because if you use, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but usually we open the application process in October, and, so you wouldn't get funding till July, so.
Yeah, it takes some time for,
So that would, I think, get maybe at what both of you are saying, then you could still apply, and if council does choose to award it, when y'all vote, we still have to go through a
Right.
contracting process where we could make that as a criteria to actually get an executed contract, you would need that.
so just to be clear, they would just apply for the 501c3, we're going out the door with the mentor and the fiscal sponsor? I just want to know.
We did not clarify on the
Okay.
fiscal sponsor.
Okay.
But we can, so if they apply, anybody that applies and doesn't get funded, previously, you had to be a 501c3 to apply.
Okay, that's what I was asking about the
If we open it up to anybody can apply, then anybody that doesn't get funding, yes, we're gonna follow up with them, we're gonna link them to resources, like, I'm not as familiar with the foundations program, but any programs like that, and there's some trainings that they offer that we can buy a license to and open it up to other people to participate. So Cherry's already looking at that, so then that would cover that piece as well.
So I'm okay with, if we are saying that our previous policy was you had to be 501c3.
Yes.
So I want to implement, I'm okay with that, but I want to implement a person that wants to apply is going through the process, because intentionality and good intentions, if you're doing the work, you're gonna have to have that anyway.
That's right.
If they do not get past that, they don't get funding.
That's right.
I'm okay with that, but it still allow a person, hey, I need to get my ducks in a row. The process is open. I don't have my paperwork complete. but I'm going to get with someone to help me get it completed, I can apply. If I'm selected, if my work shows that, whatever we decide, then I'm okay with that.
We still have 3 more slides. Marie?
Oh.
I think that one was just.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And then performance monitoring, we already do this. The only part that we don't do, that we're planning to start doing, is this may. And the important word is may. Payments may be delayed until all reporting requirements are met. Payments may be delayed until progress towards performance deliverables is confirmed. And that's not saying, oh, you're a month late, you're not getting paid, but how the process is set up now, once you've got your contract, every quarter you get a payment, regardless if the reporting's moving forward or not. So that's just a may. That's not saying that we would, but then that'd be and if you have this in your policy, that will also help explain to, if you get peppered with calls from your favorite nonprofit about why I'm not getting paid, you can say, well, we have this process. Have you, turned in your reports, and have you shown this? And we don't just say, okay, it's due, they didn't turn it in. We're actively always engaged with them ongoing.
There's a date, there's a projected date that they need to.
Right, and we continue to follow up with them beyond that date as well. Yes, ma'am.
Totally understood.
Okay?
Any questions on this part, or do we want to let Marie get through these last few slides?
Sorry. And this is one y'all talked about as well. Before we asked them to submit a financial audit, and I believe Ms. Ashmira and some of you as well said, okay, well, if it's if we're giving them less than 100,000, we'll go with a 2-year comparative financial statement in lieu, and that's kind of like you said, removing a barrier, because a financial audit could take more money if we're only giving you 10,000. Okay. And this is next steps. So based on your feedback today, there's a draft policy in front of you, but I will go back and incorporate what y'all talked about today.
Okay.
And then hopefully we can look at it again quickly. I know we've got a lot on your plate, but quickly at the beginning of the meeting or sometime between now and, sorry, I'm talking Sean, I know you've got a lot on your plate, but I think they've updated it some, so we can do it by email too as well. Maybe just touch base on it at your next meeting. And then if you decide to vote something out, then we would present it to full council for consideration.
Perfect.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you for your hard work.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Councilman Mayfield. I was just going to ask schedule-wise, because I like where we're going, though. We can have more conversation, vote on our first meeting in October, Sean?
If I may, I think the preference in order to stay ahead of the calendar for the FY26 financial partner process is to have the committee conversation today. If you vote this out of committee, then schedule permitting, we would bring it into an action review conversation next Monday night, because then you don't have another business meeting until October 14th.
But don't we have a committee meeting the first week in October?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, the challenge there is the committee meeting first week of October, then an October 14th action review, then a vote later in October starts to bump up against the FY26 financial partner schedule. Is that right, Marie?
Yes, sir, but we could do it either way.
Okay.
And then potentially, and I don't know how beefy that October 3rd meeting, but maybe we can spend some time with council on the October 3rd evening.
Okay. Okay.
I want to stay on schedule, but Sean, I was just making sure. I like the action review, because then the full council knowing what we're doing, they might have suggestions, and then to come back October 7th, fine tune it, we vote it out, then it could appear on the October 14th council meeting.
And if I may, I'll definitely go ahead and update this document and highlight for you in the body of the email what we discussed, so you can already have that and be reviewing it. And then you can decide, unless you want to go ahead and vote it out based on your input. If you want to vote something out today, we can vote it out saying they have to be pursuing the 501s. I think that's the main
So here's
thing.
the question, does that need to be in the form of an actual motion on that before we add that additional sentence?
Not to add that, but based on
to
this
move
feedback,
out.
and then
Okay.
when it goes forward to full council, it'll include that.
Councilman Brown, you had another question?
No, I'm just
Okay.
listening to you.
So at this point, the question for item number 1 on our annual financial partners is if we can entertain a motion in support with adding the clarifying language for potential partners that either have a 501c3, which is our current process, and those that may be attempting it and having some clarifying language around a window of when that will be completed.
Yeah, I'm with that, but see, the window thing, because what would we say, because if they don't
90
come
days.
through with it, okay, that's fine, because if they don't come through with it, they don't get it anyway.
That's a motion.
Yes, second.
Second,
Thank you.
Councilmember
We have a
Brown.
motion and a second.
just
All in favor?
trying to clarify
Aye.
before we say-
I think we clarified.
Okay.
Yes, yes, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. Thank you for your
so
time
much,
today, and I'll send a revision.
Thank you for all your hard
Marie.
work.
And we're good on time. The next meeting is not till 4 o'clock, but we definitely need to jump into our MWSB participation in capital projects.
Okay.
With that, we're bringing Phil to the table. Councilmember Mitchell and I do have a question because Steve Coker is supposed to be
Coming down,
presenting this, but he is on vacation. But I do know we have our next in charge is in attendance from our CBI program. But Phil, I'm going to turn it over to you. Councilmember Mitchell?
Yeah, to follow. So, Sean, we're not getting a presentation from CBI?
I mean, we've had a lot of discussions with CBI, and we've incorporated some of the materials. All of this work is being done in collaboration with Steve and his team. It just so happens that he's not here today. Yeah, but by and large, this content is what we had promised that we would bring back after the summer recess, and this was always expected to be a 3 or 4 committee touch point kind of a policy referral. So I don't feel like we're losing ground today, is what I'm trying to say.
So,
Council-
Coordinator,
Councilmember Mitchell?
MWSBE relies on the CBI. So
Thank you so much. Do you have yours?
Yeah.
I feel it's general services, correct me, Phil. And so the MWSBE is kind of housed in the CBI database and department. So I'm a little uncomfortable having a conversation with general services when the 1,300 CBI firms are in the CBI database, which they monitor and they support.
So Steve needs to be the one doing
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Well, or his vice, his
Deputy?
deputy. I just want to make sure.
Is that you? Okay. She like,
Yeah, we're more than happy to have CBI join us at the table. I think the component pieces today will advance the discussion. And as I said, we've been working very closely with Steve and his team building up towards today.
all right, let's move forward and see what we can help. Come on, y'all.
We still have.
Yeah, okay. So let me make sure you use my words carefully. I don't think we'll have another group talk about housing and not have Rebecca at the table. So I feel like we're talking about CBI, we don't have the voice and leadership at the table to give the presentation on MWSB participation, which they are responsible for, who we hold accountable. If you remember our last conversation, city council meeting, we raised a lot of questions about sole sourcing and why informal goals. So nothing against general services, they do a good job, but I like the folks who I know day-to-day are responsible for CBI to hear their perspective.
So, Councilmember Mitchell, your request at this point is that we have our representative from CBI join us, since what we have noted on our agenda?
Well, but then I want to be very fair to her, because if she was told she's not presenting, I would hate to bring her to the table and have her present. So that's not fair to her and the CBI. So,
Mr. Heath, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So moving forward, because we've had a number of changes within ACM staff, will CBI moving forward, who would they be reporting to? Because they were initially under general services. There was a lot of work to move them out of general services. Are they back under general services?
No, there have been no
Okay.
organizational changes, and Steve's working very closely with the city manager and Julia Martin in this interim period. And if there's discomfort with this topic today, let's just put this on November. Steve will be back, and that could be an option if that's the will of the committee.
Let's put it back
Were
on.
we moving, so,
Sorry, did I skip a month?
Yeah, you did, so, yeah.
so did we have, all we were doing today were to review the progress on the proposed plan. Looking at the calendar, because now we just pushed two things to October 7th, and I'm not sure what was already on the calendar proposed for October 7th, because we definitely wanted to have an agenda that's not too jam-packed, so that we can get to it in 2 hours. Based on what you see, Mr. Heath, do we have space to move this to October 7th, just so that we can have CBI be able to present? So if we have any additional questions, they'll be able to answer them.
We can find a way to make it work. Coming out of the recess, we've got pent-up demand for a lot of topics, for sure, but we can solve for that.
Okay, and we do apologize for having staff sit in through the first conversation if we're going to move this. But I think we're going, as a committee, we're agreeing to move this to October 7th so that we can have CBI representation.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much on that, Mr. Heath. We're going to jump down to the internal audit plan. And again, we apologize for you all waiting. Ms. Tina Adams. Yay, Tina.
Good afternoon, everyone. Marie's going to pull up our PowerPoint presentation, and we can jump right into it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our audit plan. We look forward to this every year, to come before you and talk about what we've done, the status of where we are, and then tell you what we plan to do in the next 2-year audit plan. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, the internal audit department, our primary goal is to provide reasonable assurance that we have an effective system of internal controls. We also assist management with evaluating city operations. And we do that primarily by conducting what we call performance audits as defined by the GAO. And that requires us to take a look at internal controls. It requires us to consider fraud and also equity. They've added an equity component to the requirements. Occasionally, we conduct what we call agreed upon procedures, where we talk with departments and come up with a really defined scope of what it is that they want us to look at, and there's some requirements around that as defined by the GAO, and occasionally we'll have an investigation that we need to conduct. Why we do it is primarily to promote transparency and to build confidence in city operations. We also make recommendations, provide independent feedback, recognize achievements, and identify opportunities for improvement. So in FY 2024, as of June 30th, we had issued 9 audit reports. There were 11 in progress at that point. Since June 30th, we've issued an additional 4, or completed an additional 4. The IT cybersecurity assessment, because of the nature of the information in that report, it's not issued, but it has been completed. And then, so we have some remaining audits that are in various stages of completion that was on our 24-25 plan. There are about 3 of those that are really close to being ready for issuance. That's the aviation concession review, the Charlotte Water Design Build follow-up, and the CMPD criminal investigations communications. Next slide. So each year in August, we complete our 2-year audit plan, and we do that by conducting meetings with all the departments throughout the city and complete a risk assessment based on their business, any concerns, issues they may have. We also take into consideration council strategic priorities that have been identified in that year's budget. And based on that, we come up with a list of audits that we plan to conduct over the next 2 years. It is a 2-year plan, so all of these audits will not be completed in fiscal year 2025, but over the 2 years, it's pretty much a rolling plan, so we should be able to complete those within that time frame. This year's plan, we were really careful to try and focus on departments that were not critical to the new ERP implementation because they're already have a lot on their plate. So we wanted to look at making sure that the departments that were most involved in the implementation of the ERP plan, Workday, that we give them the space that they need to do that. So we're looking in areas and departments that aren't as critical to that process. Next slide. In addition, annually, we complete vice fund reimbursements. Periodically throughout the year, CMPD will request that we come out and take a look at their records so that they can replenish their funds that they use for their vice operations. So we go out several times throughout the year, and then at the end of the year, we summarize what we noted over the previous year, and if there are any opportunities for improvement, we identify those. As far as follow-up audits that are planned, I know CBI was on the agenda today. We issued a CBI audit report last year, and so we're planning to do a follow-up of that report, as well as the Vision Zero audit report that was issued, I believe, in July of this year. And we'll time those to coincide with the implementation dates that the departments indicated that they would have the recommendations implemented. And the audits under consideration, when we talk to departments, we get a lot of ideas. And there are a lot of things that they want to prioritize. And so to make sure we keep those on our radar, we always have a section where we talk about, or we list out a few audits that if priorities shift or time becomes available, then we can go ahead and initiate those audits as well. Next slide. Other commitments. Our employee hotline, we initiated that in 2014. It is an employee-only hotline. We've talked about opening it up to vendors, exploring the cost of that, yes, and the implications to staff time. So it's a lot to consider, but there are some municipal organizations that have an open hotline where they allow is publicized and open to the public. But right now, ours is just employee only and will be probably for the foreseeable future. In FY24, we received 29 calls. 55% of those were referred to human resources. And then the remainder of those, we worked with the departments to satisfy the request. ERP and Workday, just like all the other departments within the city, we are engaged in prepping for that. We are looking at ways that we can engage the functionality of Workday to allow us to do more continuous auditing and monitoring. So that's something that we're pursuing this year as well. And then our recommendation status report, that we track the implementation of our recommendations. We work with departments to get updates. They've given us implementation dates by which they say they will have those recommendations implemented. And so we manage to those dates. This year, you'll see this is a snapshot of the current recommendation status. We have 2 items that are overdue, 16 that are in progress, and 9 that have been actioned. And so in the action section, that means that departments have completed what they said they were going to do, but internal audit has not gone back to verify it. And then the others are in various stages of implementation. Next slide. On our internal audit website, you can find current and previous audit plans, previous audit reports, as well as an annual report, which is included in your packet. The recommendation status dashboard is on our CNET site, but it is not on the external site. But I believe you all have access to CNET, so you can get to that. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. Councilman Brown, Councilman Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell, you have questions?
Yes, I yield to Ms. Brown first.
Okay, yeah, so I wanted to, thank you so much, Sheena. You did an excellent job presenting and going through the slides effectively and efficiently. I was looking at the, I wrote down notes. If you could go back to the FY, it's on page, I think it's page, it looks like page 2, FY 2024 audits. And the 9 reports issued, 11 audits in progress. Is there a process on how you determine you're going to do your audits?
As far as how we select the
Yes,
topics?
select the topics,
It's
yes.
primarily based on meetings that we have with departments.
Okay,
And based on the information that we receive from them, we prepare a risk assessment where we go by and they've helped us identify risks that they have in their department, any controls that are in place, and mitigating controls that may detect or prevent issues. And once we've gone through that and looked at our risk assessment, we prioritize the audits that we think need to be. And we also take into consideration the council's strategic priorities as well.
okay. Awesome, thank you. So that gave me some information on that. I took some notes here. And so, with CMPD, is that the replenished funds? Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, so the Vice Division of CMPD, they maintain a cash fund to make confidence buys, drug buys, pay informants.
Yes.
And they're only allowed to maintain a certain dollar amount. When they've spent that money down, before finance will replenish those funds, we are required to go out and look at their documentation to make sure that they've accounted for the money that they spent.
It's like a check and balance, right?
Correct.
So do you know the amount? Or I'm just asking.
$50,000.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know, okay. And so once they get low or once they could completely
Once they get
out?
low.
Okay, so they don't run completely out?
Exactly.
Once they get low, because they still need to continue to operate?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and so, one more, Vision Zero. I'm
Vision
concerned
Zero.
about how you incorporate Vision Zero in your audit process. Is
So
that
again,
something-
just talking with the departments and looking at council priorities, that was a program that we had been implemented, I believe, in 2019. Council had adopted that program, or the Vision Zero program that was a national program. Council had adopted that as the framework, if you will, for the
Okay.
city's Vision Zero program, and had identified some focus areas and steps and, things that they were going to do to reach zero fatalities.
Gotcha.
By
Right.
2030. And so we just looked at the Vision Zero program. We wanted to look at the control framework to make sure that the environment was set up in a way that would ensure achievement of those goals or help at least get closer to that goal.
That's amazing. Thank you for helping me with that. And then, to sum it up, how do we know, I know you said it's a rolling 2 years. So for the ones that I question you about, have those completed with the data available, or they're still rolling into?
Well, the Vision Zero audit was issued in July. And
Okay.
so if you go back to, which slide was that? Go back, right here. So in the annual report that was in
That I
your
have in front of me?
packet,
Okay.
the 9 reports that were issued in FY 2024 are listed
Okay.
in that audit, in
I
that
got you. All right.
report. And then since June 30th, we've issued 4 additional audit reports. And then we have some that are in various stages of execution. So some are very close to reporting, some we just announced, and some are, in various stages of field work.
It shows the percentage on the last page. Is that what it is? The question that I just asked you for 2024, 23, the years? The last
That might
page.
be the,
Closed audit recommendations?
Now, what that shows is, remember I talked about the recommendation status
Yes.
dashboard?
Uh-huh.
We track the implementation of recommendations. And
Okay.
so when departments have implemented their recommendations and we verified that they've been implemented, we move those recommendations to a closed status. And so for 2021, departments have implemented 98% of the recommendations that we made in subsequent years. Obviously, 2024 just ended, so
Right.
it's low, but we would anticipate that percentage to be
To go
higher
up, yeah.
next year.
Okay. All right, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Like I said again, great job and gave me some insight on how the audits work, so thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you, Councilman Mayfield. Great job. Just a couple of questions. The audits under consideration, slide number 6 in the PowerPoint, and you listed construction. And can you expound, what are we auditing on construction? Are we auditing the payment? We're auditing CBI participation when you say construction under audit?
So primarily when we look at those, it depends on if it's a design build or
Okay.
or a CMAR. There are certain requirements with those. We do look at payments.
Okay.
You know, it just depends on the type of construction project that it is.
Okay.
That's the criteria we would use to audit against.
And so thank you. My last question, Councilman Mayfield. Go to her nice, the audit report, and I'm on page 4. It has,
Internal audit?
yes,
I think it's the annual report you're referring to.
yes, ma'am,
I'm not sure do you have that pulled up there?
the annual report, because it has a nice
Graph?
graph in there.
That's the audit plan. That's it.
Bingo, right there. So that page right there, page 4. So what would it take, because I know I'm going to pick on my Councilman Mayfield because she's been around longer, 10-plus years like I have. But one thing we have raised a question about are doing a audit by department by CBI goals. And so I'm wondering, you have that one box at workforce development, business development, and you had CBI. What would it take?
Internal?
Yes,
Yeah.
just on our internal
By
departments.
department.
By department.
I guess we would have to really figure out what data is available first. You know,
Okay.
I know we've worked with B2G now when we
Right.
did the CBI audit. So yeah, I would have to do some investigating around what's actually available
To do the audit.
to actually do the audit.
So here's my vision. This is something we've been trying to get for quite some time. By department, fire department, CMPD, economic development, general services. What is the MWBE participation for that year? And that number should really tie into when Steve give his report of the CBI utilization, but it has council members to kind of get a feel who's kind of committed to minority participation. And right now, we don't have that data. I would tell you, I like the city stormwater department. Angela Charles has done a great job, and she can't get on the participation side. She tried to get on the workforce development side, right? But I think as policymakers, if we can see that type of data, then it helps us. And, you know, I'll be honest, I think some of us asked Marcus, can he put that type of, in a performance evaluation? So when he look at departments, how they performing, making sure everyone's committed to our CBI goals and what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, yeah, it's a good question. I
Right.
just don't know what data we have that
Okay.
could answer that question. But I can certainly see what's available.
Okay, because I would think the B2G shows all payments, right, to small businesses. In that B2G data, does it have kind of by department or has by project?
I did not do the
Okay,
day-to-day work
Okay.
in B2G now.
Got it.
So I would have to,
just get back, okay,
yeah, I can
thank you.
get that
Okay.
information for you.
Is that okay, Sean? The request is just to see how much work will be involved, though, number
Right.
one, would take to break it down by department, do an audit by department on MWBE goals by department.
So you're thinking of a policy audit, policy adherence?
Yes.
Okay, recognizing that different departments, based on the nature of their spend, may have more or less CBI opportunity.
You're exactly right.
Okay.
And I think sometimes it can inform us, right? So we can't say 30% across the board.
Right.
If the water department says, capacity-wise, we only get 5%. So it could serve as a tool to inform us as well.
We did, in our CBI audit report, make a recommendation around B2G Now and improvements that could be made to help get to that.
Okay.
But, you know, that, I think we issued that report like right at the end of the fiscal year, so,
Okay.
and I can't recall what the implementation date was around that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Mayfield.
Thank you, Councilman Mitchell, and you're right, we are on we have asked some shape, form, or fashion, because if we are going out into community and asking our business partners to respond to council policy, we want to make sure internally the departments within the city of Charlotte are also adhering to the ideals around our policy. I see you. If we go back to slide 7, back in the presentation, just a little clarification with our other commitments where we have the employee hotline, and you were mentioning the possibility of adding vendors, what you're looking into that cost. Isn't that something that could possibly be utilized through our CLT Plus versus that being added into, to keep the separation of employees having their anonymous hotline, but also having the opportunity for our vendors and others? Are you looking into the CLT Plus app as well?
That's a great point. We had not looked at that. This was something that came up when I was talking to some colleagues around the country about what they're doing with their hotlines. And there is a separation between, you know, the employees and the vendor segment. But it requires, you know, marketing and staff to have the ability to respond. You'd hate for people to be calling and then they're not getting any responses. So there's a lot of work and thought that goes into what that could look like. And so we're really in the initial stages of just thinking about it.
So here's the great thing, since we're at the beginning stages. We have the opportunity to look into CLT Plus, because one, it took 3 years plus for us to get that implemented, yet it is immediate response. It is a less than 24-hour, because it goes directly to that department. We are still underutilizing CLT Plus, but that is a great way to get it out to the community at large as well as our vendors. So when you're looking at additional costs, but then you're going to turn around and ask council to approve another budget line item amount, let's just see if there is an opportunity to incorporate it into what we already have and just make a more robust program that we utilize. Councilmember Anderson also had a question.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield, and thank you for the presentation. I was listening online. I have a question about those departments that are, as you said, a part of the heavy lift of the ERP implementation. What is your plan to ensure that you are able to touch them, you know, in a regular cadence? Because the ERP implementation is a multi-year, multifaceted process. So what is your plan to ensure that you touch those departments on a regular cadence while this is going on?
We've talked about, and on the plan, one of the things we talked about was doing, because the human capital management component is the first piece to go live. We talked about, you know, doing a payroll review just to make sure that what's happening in Workday is putting out accurate information, it's capturing everything correctly. They're doing parallels right now, and we're part of the groups that are meeting. We have a liaison in our department who's on the Workday committee. She attends all the meetings, she comes back, she briefs us. And so we keep track of what's happening that way as well. HR has engaged us. We have one of our auditors sitting in and listening in on the equity piece that they're working on. And so we're engaged with the implementation, but we don't want to initiate a finance audit when they're in the middle of implementing such a huge system. But they've, to that point, finance has created the internal controls division. And that division, we're in contact with them regularly around what they're looking at and what they're seeing. So we're engaged regularly with them.
Okay, that's good. The reason that I asked that question is because all of the business processes that the ERP team is now putting together to actually activate in the system, it would be of good measure that throughout this process that the audit team is there to ensure that we're not standing up business processes in the system that will then have to go back and rework.
Right.
Right? Because then that's additional money, of course, and additional resources. So making sure that these business processes are the right ones and they go through the right protocols, I think your team should probably be involved in that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like to hear about the independence requirement of our department. So it's really, we have to really walk a fine line between being a part of the implementation, because then the potential is that we would be auditing our own work.
I see.
And so we have to really, like I said, walk that fine line between being a part of the implementation or just offering advice, but not to the extent that we are creating policy.
Understood.
Because then we could run the risk of auditing our own work.
Understood. Thank you.
Any additional questions from committee? And thankfully, thank you, as was already said by Councilwoman Brown, Tina, this was informational for us. So I think the two takeaways were to find out if we can look at implementing throughout all departments.
Yes.
To make sure we're meeting and exceeding our MWSB participation, and also looking into if there's an opportunity to utilize CLT Plus a little more.
Okay.
And with that, because we did not go into the MWSB participation in capital projects, Sean, I want to give you a moment. Is there anything that you would like to add, since we just added additional things to our October 7th meeting?
I believe, obviously, you've covered everything for today. So in October, we'll bring back the MWSB topic with general services and CBI side by side. We'll also have Dana Fenton come in. This is the part of the year when he comes in to talk about the legislative agenda for the upcoming year. And then we have the new policy referral that Chair Ajmira made reference to, the review of revenue sources, that we'll want to try to find a little bit of time to at least set the table on that work a bit in October. And then, time permitting, the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission is sunsetting. So we'd like to provide an opportunity for that team to share an update on their final report, so to speak. So we've got a lot to do, but we'll find a way to make it work.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion?
Move to adjourn, Mr. Councilman Mayfield.
Second.
That's been motioned and seconded. We're going to say that it is unanimous. Thank you, everyone, for attending our meeting.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee. I am your chair, Victoria Watlington. We will begin with introductions.
Luana Mayfield, Vice Chair, Council Member at Large.
Tijuana Brown, Charlotte City Council, District 3.
And I believe we've got some committee members online. If you don't mind.
Renee Johnson, committee member.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other council members that are joining us online?
Ashley online.
All right, we'll give her a chance to get situated. And with that, then we'll start with our staff introductions.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Ward Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Janine Simmons, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Thank you so much. And it looks like we are also joined by an additional council member.
Ed Driggs, District 7. Great to see you all.
Thank you so much. And I believe we've got a couple more that will be joining us soon, so we'll introduce them for the record when they arrive. We've got a full agenda today with 3 items. The first up being our affordable housing funding policy referral. This one is part 2 of the discussion that we had last go around. As you all know, we are preparing to lobby the public for a $100 million bond this November. And as a part of that work, we want to make sure that the community is aware and aligned to how we choose to direct those funds. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that today. But coming out of last time, I know there were a couple of things that council members and committee members found to be particularly important in the way of how we spend the money and where in particular from a location perspective. So I know that Director Hefner and team have made some updates to that, so I look forward to hearing that. So we will start off with that item, and I will kick it right over to Director Hefner.
All right, y'all, let's do this. Item 1 of 3 this afternoon, and a busy day. So next slide, please. Today, we are going to revisit the policy referral and talk through some proposed revisions to the housing funding policy recommendation that you reviewed in our last meeting, which you should have in front of you, also this document. And then we'll share a little bit about the community input that we have started collecting and talk through next steps. Next slide, please. Again, your policy referral on the table is looking for opportunities to balance your multiple priorities around affordable housing activities and investments and ensure that they are the most strategically aligned as possible to community needs and available city resources. Next slide. So we heard a great, robust conversation from council in the initial presentation and recommendation and captured just a few of the key points that were discussed here. And the adjustments and proposed revisions to the policy itself are built around these insights from you all last time. So the first is the idea of framing the allocation amounts as goals and not as rigid dollar amounts or limits. So you were really clear that you want to retain flexibility to revisit the bond programming as the market responds. So those have been reframed as goals, just to clarify that you do have that flexibility and it can be revisited. A second component was to clarify the Innovation Pilot Fund, because the idea here was to really reserve some of the funding for new ideas that we hadn't considered yet or things that might be emerging. There hadn't been a lot of parameters put around this piece. But what we heard from you all is that this should be an opportunity to test ideas, but ideas that might be repeatable and scalable. So not just any new idea, but something that could really be tested and then become a part of your process, not in the existing structure now, but it could be in the future. The third point that we heard loud and clear was around economic mobility. So being intentional about workforce development and training is really critical, and we also have to recognize that there are some jobs that are really important but lower paid, so we want to make sure that we are both supporting lower wage workers in those jobs and providing workforce development where appropriate. And finally, there was a lot of robust discussion about the location priorities and the trade-offs that are inherent in those location priorities. So two of the things that we heard from you all were ensure that residents have choices to live throughout the city, and then to incentivize development outside of those qualified census tracts. So we talked a little bit about the qualified census tracts and the relationship to the housing tax credits. Those areas are already incentivized because that's where you're most likely to be able to use tax credits. So what we heard from you is create those incentives that actually go outside the qualified census tracts. So next slide. Nothing has changed about the goals. What we heard from you all is that those seem to be about the right goals. So we're sticking with the framework around residential stability, neighborhood affordability, and then building towards economic mobility. Next slide. And that's
next
it.
slide again.
Next slide again. Thank you. And then the draft bond investment priorities. So these are the same 5 that you discussed last time, but we've made a few tweaks that are reflective of your conversation. So in particular, you'll see 2 places where just the summary here is italicized. Under location priorities, we have added increases housing choice. So incentivize locations for investment increases housing choice and creates the greatest impact. And then under innovation, activate bold ideas with potential to scale. So those are the tweaks we've made to the summary language. And of course, the language itself is updated in the policy document in more detail. So I'm going to go through these 2 places where we've made specific changes. One, location priorities, and then innovation. Next slide, please. So again, location priorities is a real inherent tension. Often the locations with the greatest access to amenities and transit and opportunity also have the highest land values. So we know that there's a balance that has to be achieved. So the ways that we have addressed your insights from the last meeting are twofold. One, we removed the qualified census tracts. That is already prioritized, and instead are emphasizing the high housing location scores. And that's done by including a statement, and this is for your consideration, that the high location scores would be prioritized over financial leverage. And so what happens now in your current RFP is that a development, if it has a high land cost and it's in a high opportunity area, ends up with a higher per unit subsidy need in general. And then often is not as attractive of an investment because it's not getting the strength of the financial leverage. So what this statement says is that in future RFPs, if this is the way you choose to adopt the policy, that a high location score would actually take priority over the financial leverage priority. So when you think about how to balance priorities, that would be the ranking. So those are the proposed adjustments to location. And then next slide. So then again, the proposed adjustment around innovation is really the idea of having potential to scale. So we've added a statement in here on focus on new ideas that may be repeatable and scalable, and then included and serve to advance other city priorities. So one of the things that comes to mind as an example here is that often when we think about some of the partnerships that we have done through the Strategic Energy Action Plan, for example, and have been able to install electric vehicle chargers at apartment communities. So that is something within housing that serves to advance other city priorities as an example. So that's really the major change there under innovation. Next slide. And so this is no changes under the actual investment categories other than framing it up as an allocation goal rather than a dollar amount. And next slide. And then the other thing we've done is pull together the estimated other local and federal investment that is made in each of these categories. So there was a conversation that you all had about what other dollars are being invested for each of these priorities. So we've attempted to pull that together here. Note that these are estimates. The bond is 2 years and some of the other funding is 1 year. So we've made an estimate here that really takes a look at includes your federal allocations from CDBG, home, HACWA, and ESG as it relates to unit production and rental subsidies. And then also your innovative housing, PAYGO dollars, but it doesn't include one-time investments like ARPA. So when you take a look at where other local and federal investment is occurring, you have additional investment even beyond what would be coming from the housing bond in home ownership, in supportive housing and shelter capacity, and in housing rehab and emergency repair, and then a little bit around site acquisition and administration and evaluation. Under site acquisition, to note that $1.7 million is the balance right now in your TOD fee in lieu bucket. So there are other commitments that have been made, upwards of $15 or $16 million have been committed, but those do not get paid out until building permits are pulled. So right now you've got a $1.7 million balance there. Next slide. So we heard from you about how important it is to get community voice into this process. And so we have launched a housing priority survey that allows residents and the public to share with you all what their priorities are and what they believe would be most important to invest in for the community. So this is on public input. The address there, and I did just test it because I know Ms. Mayfield's going to type it in while we're talking. So publicinput.com/housing priority. You can go there and take the survey. It is very short. It really takes your priorities and your categories and the potential services and asks residents to rank them. So we'll give you some idea about the priority of residents and partners. So those rankings will be available. We're working now on getting the survey out. It's up on the website. It's been blasted out on email and across social. We've shared it with our partners and asked them to share it with their networks, because that's really our best place to reach people that are engaged in housing, and then through our neighborhood networks as well. But we also really need your help in getting it out to your constituents and your networks to make sure it's not going.
No, the site is perfect.
Okay. So please do send that out and ask for feedback. So we will start compiling that. To date, we have a little over 100 survey responses, which is it's good because it hasn't been out too long, but not nearly the number we'd like. And we have already starting to see those responses come in. As you would expect, as you've been hearing, home ownership is a top priority, workforce development is a top priority. And so at least so far, the rankings and priorities coming in from the community are consistent with what you have been putting forward. Next slide. All right, so here we are. The budget was passed in June. That included the $100 million housing bond. It is now September 3rd, and tonight will be the second committee discussion, and then later tonight at committee report outs, we will present this same information to full council. And then the next step would be a council vote on the funding policy, which could be as early as September 9th, depending on how these steps play out. And while that seems quick, you're also coming up quick on the November bond referendum. And so this process is designed to get as much information and clarity out to the public about your priorities for the housing bond before you ask voters to go to the polls. And that's it for presentation number 2, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Before we open up discussion, just wanted to recognize our council members that have joined us.
Renee Johnson, committee member. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
And then also, because we're having a discussion that is about housing, but we understand that housing is broader, I just wanted to recognize that we do have additional staff in the room. So we'll just go real quick, starting with Danielle, around the room so folks can introduce themselves. And as we have discussion, if it's an item that is relevant to you, please feel free to join us at the table.
Good afternoon, Danielle Frazier with the Office of Workforce Development.
Rakeshla Stewart, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Tanya Arrington, CMPD.
Hello, everyone. Jacqueline Halsey, CMPD.
Mary Ramsey, the Charlotte Observer.
Laura Belcher, Habitat Charlotte.
Faith Triggs, Habitat Charlotte.
Schloinis, City Attorney's Office.
Tracy Campbell, Public Health.
Stephanie Escobar, Spectrum News.
Good afternoon, Nan Peterson, Planning.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One, I want to take a moment to thank Ms. Danielle Frazier, who is our Director of Workforce Housing, because we've been having a lot of conversations in our committee regarding our workforce component, as well as how we connect all the dots. So I appreciate her being in the room to help guide us. I did have a question on slide number 9 on our innovation. So as we're pulling that one up, you mentioned, Ms. Hefner, when you gave the example of models that may include innovative models, of which, you know, previously I've said, I'm trying to picture how electric vehicle charging stations is a win, because a lot of our workforce, that is an expense for you to be able to afford an electric vehicle. So, and I believe our development partners will bring us some different innovative ways, whether it's the electric bikes, the scooters, things like that. But I hope that when the time comes, we're looking at that true value add when we're thinking about the target of our workforce. And having an electric vehicle is also telling me that however many stations there are, say there are people who are higher income, since we want truly diverse housing, that's going to be a benefit to them. How does that really help the collective if we are having a conversation with community? And I believe if we state in that conversation in a truly mixed income, this will also be a win for those individuals. That will help with the conversation to a certain extent. Yet I would like for developers not to get the impression that if they have that in, then that's going to be that piece that bumps them to the top, when a lot of our workforce may have older vehicles, or they might be utilizing public transportation because they don't want a vehicle, or not in a position necessarily to have all the maintenance that goes along with the vehicle. So how do we create those amenities that are truly working towards that, creating space, gathering spaces, things like that? But I want to tell you thank you, because you captured what small group committee, myself, Madam Chair, as well as Councilmember Driggs, that we, over the summer, that we worked on, and you heard the comments that came from this committee. So kudos to the amazing work that you all have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank you and just say kudos to the work that you all do and the responsiveness. It looks like this presentation is in response to some of the questions we asked last month, specifically, for me, the location priorities. So can you go over that again, just so that I and the public are clear on the changes, please?
We're on it.
Thank you, yes. So one of the discussion points that you all had shared last time was in particular around the qualified census tracts. So when developers are utilizing low-income housing tax credits, the qualified census tracts, I'll let Warren go over how they apply.
Sure. What they do is they add a bonus to what the developers can get for their credit. So I think it's a 1.3 bonus. So the reasons that developers target those census tracts is because it reduces the amount of leverage that they have to bring to the table to make that. They end up having to ask you for less money when they target those qualified census tracts. But at the same time, it's why you see developers going back to some of the same locations over and over again, because that's where the confluence of this is where we can buy land and get those extra credits are. So we thought that it was appropriate to actually remove that and say, no, what council is looking for you to do is look for other high quality areas that will benefit the residents and not ignore, but not necessarily place everything in those QCTs.
So essentially, the way that we had originally written it, we were doubling down in those same areas, and we heard loud and clear from all of you that you want to see a policy that incentivizes development outside of those qualified census tracts. There's already an incentive via the tax credit to place them in those same locations. And so we've removed that, so now this policy is reflective of incentivizing outside of those locations instead of doubling down inside them.
So thank you for that explanation, because that's major, right? That's a major change, and that's really viewing this through an equitable lens and not continuing to place low-income housing in the same area, but it really is our attempt to balance the needs. So I appreciate that change. Also, we talked about the ADU pilot last month, right? The ADU pilot, and I received your information regarding the locations, and I want to thank you for that also. I see that, and I don't know if that's public information or can be shared, but there's 2 of them that are, and I think 4 of 7, I think, are homeowners. I have it in front of me, but homeowners, and then 2 of them are low-income seniors. So that opened up the opportunities. I was worried that it was going to be primarily investors, and it's not. So that's such an important focus that we are doing as a city. So I want to thank you for that work. Thank you. Thanks. Great job.
And just for the viewers, I'll just share a quick summary of what was shared in response to your question about the ADUs. So there are 7 sites under consideration. 2 of them are low-income senior homeowners. 2 of them are local investor owners, and 3 of them are city-owned land sites that will be developed as House Charlotte, low-income home buyer, and a ADU rental.
Councilmember Brown? Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. So Councilmember Brown here, just looking over the packet. So definitely I want to say thank you, because it is definitely a well put together presentation. I know that I was absent. I think the last housing meeting that the committee got together, but just looking over all of the information that's been drafted and the things that stick out to me. I'm big on home ownership. Rental prices are just skyrocketing, and they just keep people oppressed and not allowing them to move forward with financial freedom and being able to pass that generational wealth down to family members. When you think of home ownership, whether it's a condominium, where we use our community partners, they're sitting back there, Faith and whoever else is representing. Who is it? Laura, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't know your name. I apologize, but I compliment you on your hair. Right, I remember that, yes. But I would really like us, to dive deep into home ownership and financial literacy, making sure that when a person comes out of renting, that they can own their property. And that is going to be the piece that's going to stick out with, the most for me. Dealing with, and I know it takes time, but just starting where a person might think they cannot be a homeowner, but become a homeowner. And that is just golden, So I love the presentation that you put together. I see here under, if we can go to page 10, the draft bond investment categories. Can I just ask about that piece, please? You on there, the rental housing production. Can you explain, because that has like the top dollar, 35 million. Is it based off data? How do we get to giving 35 million over to rental versus home ownership?
Yeah, Councilmember Brown, thank you for the question. So we did a lot of work with a small working group this summer, really talking through the priorities that the council has and balancing it with some of the historical information and norms that we see coming through the program. So what you see when you're looking at $25 million in trust fund for homeownership is a historically a high amount of homeownership dollars. While the goal was to not stop any of the good work that was going on in other categories. So your rental housing production, that's your House Charlotte, that's your housing trust fund, your gap financing on these deals. It's also going to include the work around the ADUs and moving forward mixed income and missing middle. So it's not a reduction in what you've funded in the past, but it's not a huge increase because it was what we heard loud and clear from the working group and from this committee is really prioritizing homeownership. So it allows all of that work to proceed while also funding your major priorities.
Oh, yeah. So thank you so much for the explanation. I greatly appreciate that. And then I want to go down to, I can appreciate the rental housing preservation, anti-displacement, because we speak highly of that coming out of this committee. But I think that's all I have in terms of the presentation. It was clear-cut. I understood it and followed it pretty well, but I would definitely like to see more of a partnership. I went out to Habitat for Humanity and spent some time out there. The program is amazing. Where, I watched the video where people thought they could not become homeowners just with the income that they have. And of course, there's some education. There's a gap there where you have to teach. People have to be willing to learn and adapt to what they need to become homeowners, but it definitely is possible, and I would like to see more of that. But this presentation that you put together is amazing, but my focus is definitely on home ownership because that allows them to do the generational wealth and acquire something that they can hold on to for family after family after family, generation after generation. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. I do want to add while we're on this goals sheet, as we think about this being a 2-year cycle and these being goals, because we want to remain flexible, I do think that we need to consider what the process will be for adjusting those goals, just so that we know and understand how that's going to work and that the market can be ready for what that will look like, so that it's not something that just turns on a dime, but also is something that does incentivize folks to actually make changes to what they're doing now. So as we think about these allocations, definitely would like to spend a little bit of time understanding how we will go about making those adjustments and what will drive that.
And I can address one piece of that, which is that if the bump programming moves forward with these categories, it will work a little bit different than what you're accustomed to, because some of these dollars are programmatic dollars, and some of them are then development dollars. And so the development dollars will still come through the RFP process. So you'll still, the next step after the bond approval would be your winter RFP, which you would see in the spring, and you'll get a sense then of what kind of responses you're getting, and then there would be a second RFP next year. But in the meantime, there would also be rolling RFPs for the NOAA acquisition, as well as the acquisition rehab resale program. So those would be rolling. And then housing rehab and down payment assistance, they flow out the door at a program level as applications come in and are processed. So it will be a little bit more fluid than what you're accustomed to seeing with the 2 RFP cycles a year. So it will be important to revisit periodically for you all to see how the spend down is going.
Awesome.
Thank
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, before, Ms. Driggs, were you nodding at me earlier that you wanted to say something?
I was nodding at you. That exact effect, yes.
Okay. Do you mind if he goes? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so it'll be Driggs, then Mako, then Brown.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem is also.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, gotcha.
So Driggs, and then you go to Mayor Pro Tem.
So, for one, I want to mention, I think I made clear during our budget process that I had some concerns. One of them was the large diversion of resources to this single priority of housing, possibly in my mind at the expense of some of our other priorities. So if I may put a plug in here, by voting yes tonight, you create a prospect of freeing up CIP money. Okay, just saying, all right? But the other concern I had was that I didn't feel that
what
we
you
were.
mean.
Yeah, I'm being perfectly clear, I hope.
Absolutely.
That I wasn't sure we were being clear enough about exactly what the uses were, what the effectiveness was of the investments we were making. So I just want to say I had a great time working with the chair and the vice chair. I appreciate you too. And what we're seeing here is the tip of an iceberg. I mean, the stuff that we went through and the things, staff, that you brought to us to look at and think about, the data and the considerations. So I hope everybody appreciates this is the outcome of a very robust process that interfered with my summer over and over again. It also does tackle something that we have never really solved, and that is location policy. So you heard a reference here to the fact that there is an inherent tension between the cost of land and the places we want to be. And we used to have a policy that said there were permissible and impermissible locations, and it turned out all of the development opportunities were in the impermissible locations, and we kept making exceptions. And then we developed another scorecard sort of scheme, and I think this is the best approach to trying to reconcile those things that we've had. So I'm very excited about what we're doing here. It makes me less uneasy, I guess I'll call it. And I did want to respond to Ms. Brown. One of the reasons that we preserve investment in rentals is because we have the advantage of federal subsidies, right? It leverages our money. So we don't want to leave any, we want to get that 9% money, we want to use the 4% thing. And the other thing that we talked about was there is not necessarily unlimited capacity for ownership projects. So we wanted to make sure that we had ample funding available in order to realize whatever might be possible. But we were just mindful of the fact that based on past experience, for us to put $50 million in there was probably unrealistic. So I think we're all agreed on the importance of ownership and the extra benefits from it. But we're just working in an environment where we won't necessarily have the ability to do everything we'd like. In any case, I'm not voting right here because I'm not a member, but I will support this in full council, and I really appreciate the work everybody's done. Thank you.
Awesome.
Drop the mic right there because we got him on record.
Yeah.
Exactly right. The feeling was mutual, Councilmember Driggs. We enjoyed you too. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this information, very concise, and I can tell that you've put a lot of effort into it. So thank you to the Chair and the Vice Chair, Mr. Driggs, for really working on this throughout the summer. For this slide here that we're on, just for context, it would be interesting to see what our past allocation goals have been in these areas where we focused. I know that there's some new areas up there that will be, new intended focus there, so we won't have a baseline. But it would be great, for example, to see what our allocation goals or allocation, since it's past tense, have actually been for housing, homeownership, for example, right? I know last year we were talking about doubling our investment, and certainly this $25 million is a significant investment towards homeownership. So I would love to keep track of what the historical has been, at least for the last cycle.
Would you like that now?
Oh, I love it, yes.
So in the last cycle, across all funding sources, so not specific to just the housing bond, but if you go to the next slide, across all funding sources, you were at a little over 39 million in multifamily new construction, which was 58% of the total investment. Homeownership was just under 10 million, 14%. NOAA's around 10 million, 15%. And then home repair and rehabilitation was 9%, and supportive housing 4%. So in the since January 2023 to this summer, approximately, across all funding sources, that's where you were just under $10 million in home ownership, whereas in this programming, you are looking at 25 million from the housing bond and 11.5 million in other local and federal investments. So it's a significant jump.
Right. So it's 150 close, because it'll keep us rooted in not only how far we've come, but how intentional we're being. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will wrap this one up with the next couple of comments. Yeah, just because I know we've got two more items, so just to give everybody a heads up, we're going to wrap this one up at 4:45.
Yes.
So go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Anderson, for your questions, because we actually had a lot of conversation in the small group where we actually looked at the previous numbers when we were looking at how we're going to allocate. I also want to, again, acknowledge, even around the rental housing preservation and even with new projects, I had the opportunity last Tuesday to attend the Charlotte Construction and Development Conference, and where, say, 3 years ago, per unit was around 30,000. It's now 90 to 120,000. Wow. Some cases even more than that per unit. When you're looking at a townhome, say it's a small townhome unit of under 15, well, then that HOA monthly is $260. Mm-hmm. The more units, the better chance of that HOA being down. So when we're looking at those opportunities, there is going to be, and I'm trying to wrap my mind around it because I know how I am about our money, as if it was my money. But when we look at what some of the requests that are going to be coming before us, right, those numbers are going to be a lot higher because of the cost. So I'm also excited because of the faith in housing, mm-hmm, and getting opportunities to working with religious institutions with that land. That's not saying all costs are eliminated, but that should reduce the cost considerably. But when we're looking at how much our partners are having to get financed, we are looking at a greater increase. And honestly, I think that is reflected in the recommendations that came out of small group. When we looked at how funding was allocated previously, it wasn't a question of, okay, we're going to get $50 million more, so we're just going to double down on what we previously done. Right. We had some real conversations around how does this really tie into our priorities, and with down payment assistance, okay, that's great, but how's us today out 310,000 up? Whereas before, when they were around 300, we had a little bit more flexibility. We lost some of that. Right. So trying to be as aggressive as well as nimble enough to address the needs. That's why I appreciate what Madam Chair brought to the discussion, mm-hmm, regarding how are we actually tracking these goals and what are our goals. The goals isn't always the dollar. Right. The goal is impact. Intent and impact. So our intentions were always good, the impact on the ground didn't necessarily reflect it at the levels we wanted to. And I believe that what is being presented to committee today for us to get out to full council is a true reflection of that intent, aligning with the impact. And but we also got to recognize costs are a lot more different today. They are 30 to, in some cases, 60% more than what they were, and we're going to have to figure out how we can account for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilmember Brown?
So thank you, Madam Chair. I enjoyed the conversation and listening to all of the experts at the dais that sit beside me. I just wanted to circle back real fast because I want to understand. I heard you, Rebecca, say there's two processes that will be rolling. One was NOAA, and what was the other one?
So the NOAA, which is the naturally occurring affordable housing.
Right, I got that one.
Acquisition and rehab, that's a rolling RFP. And then the other one, which is launching later this month, is the acquisition, rehab, and resale revolving loan program.
That's a long name. Is there any acronym?
We call it ARR.
Okay.
So this is one of the sheets that we sent out. We're trying to help with some easy to digest information, courtesy of Harold over here.
Okay.
We've got fancy names for some of them, but
Right.
this one we just call
Couldn't-
ARR. So
I got
it's a
you.
revolving loan program to purchase homes, renovate them, and then sell them to low-income homeowners.
I love it. Okay, that's the piece that I want. And I just wanted to say thank you to our chair and our Madam Chair and our Vice Chair for all their hard work, and Mr. Dries, because if you look at this, for viewers, this is amazing, amazing work, and staff putting the icing on the cake, so I'm very pleased with it, and I look to see what we do with it and how we can be effective in the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Johnson? we
Thank
will
you.
wrap
So
it
what
up
does
with you.
AAR
ARR, acquisition, rehab, and resale. Yeah, so, oh, yeah. So it's actually describing all of the steps in the process, right? First you buy it, then you rehab it, then you resell it to a low-income homeowner.
So I noticed all of these dollars. Is there any money in here, or is that from a different fund for rental assistance and anti-displacement? Does that come from another fund?
Yeah, so that comes from another fund.
Okay.
The state statute that lets you all know what you can and cannot do with housing bonds is fairly broad, and it has one specific, very specific exception, which is no bond proceeds may be used for rental subsidies. So it's one of the few things that's very explicit in there that is something you cannot do. And so out of this particular bond investment, there are no rental subsidies included in this. However, you do use local dollars for rental subsidies and other emergency assistance, like your financial partner process. You fund rent and utility assistance with crisis assistance, the emergency rental assistance program from the federal dollars. So there are other sources where you fund emergency assistance and rental subsidies.
So when you said programmatic, what would be defined as programmatic?
Yeah, so things like down payment assistance, your
Okay.
House Charlotte program. We think of ARR as a program, although it's really a revolving fund, but it's something that's applied for and then completed programmatically. And then also the housing rehab and the emergency repair program are also programmatic investments where residents are actually applying to a program. We're vetting against criteria and feasibility rather than it being an actual development proposal that comes before council.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I do believe we've got a request for action on the table. So we will wrap this up with.
Move to approve the committee recommendation.
Second.
I don't know. Y'all move fast. Third, fourth, fifth.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this particular motion? All right, well, with that, all in favor? Is Councilor Ashmere on the line? Any opposed? All right, it is unanimous. We look forward to having this discussion in full council. With that, we will move to the next item on our agenda. And while we do that, while folks are adjusting for this community safety framework referral, which we are eagerly waiting to hear an update, because I know there's been a ton of work that's been done since the beginning of the year when we last spoke about this in committee.
You know, we put it on.
I'm also going to ask Danielle, will you please join us? Because I know that you are here in the capacity of economic development, economic mobility, but I would love, your workforce development, excuse me, I would love to hear your, all right, folks, we're going to go ahead and start again. So, Ms. Frazier, the reason I'm asking you to join us is because I know that we don't get a chance to hear from you much in this particular committee, but I know that you are closely tied to the work in housing and community and safety as it relates to workforce development, because our people live in these neighborhoods. So please, I definitely want to hear your perspective of how these things tie in, or what are some things that we may need to be thinking about as we form this policy, okay? You're welcome. All right, so who am I queuing up for community safety framework referral?
I'm going at it again.
Take us away.
You're going to be so tired of hearing from me by the end of
I adore you, and you know it. So I never get tired of hearing from you.
All right, but I also have with me Deputy Director Rakesha Stewart and Deputy Chief Arrington from CMPD. So
I'm just saying, this squad right here, something serious.
look out. All right, so again, we have a follow-up conversation about a policy referral. Tonight we are revisiting the youth crime conversation. Next slide, please. So we will cast our minds back to, I think it was March, April, May, where we had this initial discussion and talk a little bit about that, the overview of the policy referral. We'll share some update on the recommendations that were discussed at the May committee meeting, offer some proposed investment priorities for your consideration, and then talk through next steps. Next slide, please. This policy referral was shared in February of this year, and the primary objective of the mayor's referral was for this committee to consider and recommend strategies to support meaningful reduction in juvenile crime over a 5-year period. And you may recall that we had a very robust set of conversations. We had a deep dive into national best practices that was shared from the UNC Charlotte Center for Violence Prevention. You heard about local data in terms of juvenile crime trends, both property crime and violent crime, at-risk youth, first-time offenders, and especially some of the challenges with repeat offenders. You heard from Tracy Campbell, who is joining us again today from the Office of Violence Prevention at Mecklenburg County, about the county community-wide violence prevention strategic plan. We had a number of conversations with a broad range of stakeholders that we brought to you. And then we also shared with you insights from direct engagement with our youth. We heard from you how important it was to directly engage with youth on this issue, and we brought to you what we were hearing from them. In May, we recommended some preliminary strategies to support meaningful reductions in crime rates, and then in June, you adopted the FY 2025 budget that included $4.5 million for an investment in these strategies. Next slide, please. So there was initially a wide range of recommended strategies. The ones that seemed to really get the most interest and traction were around expanding inclusion of at-risk and justice-involved youth in our city's workforce and employment programs, scaling up the youth mentoring and diversion pilot programs, as well as current programs in CMPD, expanding our investment in community organizations that are delivering impactful evidence-based programs for violence prevention, scaling our pilot efforts and partnerships in the corridors of opportunity. So this was both our youth employment program partnership within the corridors, but also workforce career exposure, and also civic engagement work that Rakisha's team and the corridors folks are doing. Of course, supporting the Katie Blessing Center, Youth Behavioral Health Care Facility, establishing clear goals and measurable outcomes. Anybody sensing a pattern with me? My favorite thing to put into all the recommendations, and then of course aligning your investments with other city strategic priorities to maximize impact. So we reviewed this range of strategies, and there was a lot of enthusiasm from committee back in May about these various opportunities. The one component of this that was advanced at that time was the investment in the Katie Blessing Center. Next slide, please. So in May at committee and then later June, full council approved a $2.5 million investment in the Katie Blessing Center, which when it is constructed will be the largest pediatric behavioral health care facility in the state, providing a full continuity of services all on one campus. So again, this is in the central Albemarle Road corridor. Proposed services include inpatient beds and acute psychiatric stabilization, residential treatment, outpatient center, even telehealth and family intervention support. So a really important facility for our community, and exciting opportunity for council to really invest in both prevention, but also this is the kind of treatment that will help youth who are already justice involved and who may need behavioral health care services and have not had access to that in the past. And so the staff is currently working with Katie Blessing Center to advance that contract that was approved earlier this summer. Next slide, please. So simple math, there was $4.5 million and you've already allocated $2.5 million, which means there's $2 million left in that FY 2025 PAYGO allocation. And one of the things that you discussed in the May committee meeting is the importance of being able to maximize the impact. So rather than spreading the remaining dollars across all of those priorities, how might we craft a select set of recommendations that really creates a meaningful impact over 3 years? And so we took that homework assignment, we went back and we sharpened our pencils, and we talked with our partners in the community, with CMPD and the Community Relations Committee. And so we're back here today with kind of a three-pronged suggested investment priority. So we think what that could look like with the $2 million is essentially investing in community-based partnerships, the city's workforce and employment programming, and then advancing CMPD's mentoring and diversion pilots, as well as expanding some of their existing programs. So we went through quite a bit of this in detail in May, but I'm going to revisit for some of the details within each of those bullet points. So the community-based partnerships, the idea here is that we would have an opportunity, I'm trying to find my notes clearly, there we go, have an opportunity to really expand our community partner investments in evidence-based programs for violence prevention and intervention. So some of the things that could look like would be, for example, we discussed the youth-led social norms campaign and the Youth Fellows program. So having youth actually design and lead violence prevention and social norms campaign out in the community. And that's an evidence-based practice from the Centers for Disease Control. And we talked a little bit about the program that's currently implemented in West Louisville as an example. Another option under community-based partnerships could be mentoring, and specifically recruiting and training and incentivizing mentors and mentees with justice-involved or at-risk youth. We know that there is a great need for additional funding for mentoring in the community. And the other piece of investing in community partnerships and what works might be related to mental health awareness and skill building. So especially for our partners that we're working with every day and also with our staff, the importance of having a lens that's trauma-informed, to have mental health first aid training, to know what are the signs and symptoms and referral sources is really critical in early intervention. So the idea around the community-based partnerships is that we would go through a procurement process, either an RFP or a grants process, think along the lines of the Safe Charlotte grants, where we would be specifically asking for proposals from our partners to implement specific programming in the community that we know has evidence of impact. So that's one leg of the stool, if you will. The second piece is to expand inclusion of at-risk and justice-involved youth in the city's workforce and employment programs. So there was a lot of discussion about this and a lot of excitement about this, and Rakisha and her team have already started moving this forward. Last year, we had many more youth from schools and corridors of opportunity than we ever had, a lot more participation in the job and career readiness training, but there's much more that can be done to ensure that, in particular, justice-involved youth can participate in and be successful in, for example, the Mayor's Youth Employment Program. So we think that there's a real opportunity here to expand that programming, some wraparound services, some case management, to recruit new employers, partnerships, and as well as making sure that we have a really good system for referral and warm handoff between our city programs. So whether that's the CMPD's Youth Diversion Program or the mediation programs in Community Relations Committee, how are we making sure that we're helping youth connect to the internship opportunities in the Youth Employment Program? And then the last piece of this is to scale some of the pilot programs that have started in CMPD for mentoring and diversion, and then also expand some of the existing impactful programs. So you've probably heard Chief Jennings share about programs like Fifth Element and JADE, where officers are engaging with youth, juvenile offenders, and I think we're ages 13 through 17 or so, connecting them with community partnerships, doing life skills, occupational training, and then JADE, Juvenile Accountability, Diversion, and Empowerment. Am I close? Is a pilot program that CMPD is looking to scale up, and it's been really successful because it includes also outreach and connecting families with critical services, which is something that's especially needed for justice-involved youth, is helping connect them and their families to services that are needed. And so that would be scaling up those pilots in addition to providing some additional support for programs that are already successfully engaging youth in the workforce like REACH and Envision and CMPD serves. So that's the three-legged stool. Next slide, please. So if we've gotten this close and you all decide tonight that it's ready for action, then tonight you can discuss it here at committee. And then the next step would be, if you take action, a report out to City Council, and then we would just get rolling. You know, from the mid-year crime statistics that it's not getting better. And so there's a real urgency to moving and taking action in ways where we can really get in and start supporting youth right away. So we would not only be able to move quickly, given that the funding has already been improved in the budget, we'd be able to move quickly on the programming that the city provides, but also then initiate the procurement process for those community-based services. And like anything we do, we would also build in implementation, monitoring, and reporting. We think that this can be packaged with the general updates that you receive around Safe Charlotte, for example, because these investments are really designed to align to your current investments around Safe Charlotte grants, the Alternatives to Violence program, the hospital-based violence intervention, the CMPD's diversion program, all the things that are already in place. These would complement and augment. So the last piece I'll mention is that, again, it's not just strategies around investment, although that's where we've focused because there are dollars on the table, but you also, as part of the referral, talked about the need for advocacy and continued intergovernmental collaboration. So I would note that there is also advocating for increased funding for juvenile justice to address demand for intensive programming. This is part of the discussions that we had earlier in the referral. Engaging in stakeholder discussions to identify short and long-term solutions to address the void created by the closure of the local juvenile detention center, which is ongoing conversations that are taking place. And then finally, a continued collaboration with Mecklenburg County in particular, but other partners and stakeholders to advance the community violence strategic plan. So it all fits together as part of a puzzle. Today we're focused very specifically in on this $2 million, but just to remember, it is one piece of the puzzle. So I will stop there and be happy to pitch to my colleagues for questions.
Dr. Stewart, did you have anything? Okay. Danielle, Sean, anything? I love this.
Motion to approve.
We're just trying to get your questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of questions. We're talking about the 2 million, but what I didn't see in this is, do we know what the current financial commitment are to the current groups? And if there's potentially going to be an increase, because I want to get an idea of how much of this 2 million are we potentially being asked to commit, since we do need to let that stretch out until we can get some interest and make some more money.
Yeah, so the proposal is that these 3 investment priorities would use the full 2 million over 3 years.
Okay. So that clarification helps. So over a 3-year period, what we're allocating is 2 million, because I would say I'm a little, and I'm gonna own it, I'm a little confused on what the actual action, if I were to put this into a motion, is the motion to approve the Community-Based Partnership Cities Workforce and Employment Program, CMPD Mentoring Diversion Program, with an allocation of up to $2 million over a 3-year period, or for $2 million over a 3-year period.
So there's $2 million available. And so.
No, I'm not trying to spend all of it, but okay.
Exactly. So knowing you, I think up to might be where you're headed, but it is your call.
So that then for committee, for us to discuss after clarification, for full transparency, I am a fan of up to $2 million, because if we say $2 million, then all $2 million is going to be spent, but there might be some additional things that might come up that could be beneficial. So I don't want us to allocate the full $2 million personally, but I do recognize that I am open to my colleagues' ideas.
Then how would we, is the idea that each time it's time to spend, it will come back to us? Is that the thought?
So there's a couple of pieces here. The funding itself has already been approved as part of the FY 2025 budget. So the only approval that's needed right now is the investment priorities themselves. However, there are situations where we would need to come back for council action depending on the procurement process. So if any individual contract or activity required council approval, that would come back to you. And then the other pieces of it would be reported on periodically as we report on the rest of our investments.
So Madam Chair, if I can ask a clarifying. So right now, we give the city manager's office up to $100,000. So are you saying somewhere between 100 and 500? So are we saying that if it is over $100,000, then it will come back to council, just so that we can make sure that when it's all said and done between these three, that one particular organization hasn't been allocated 60% of the funds?
So the authorization currently is $500,000. So following that framework, and it's a cumulative spend.
Yeah.
So if it's $500,000, even if it's multiple contracts, if it goes above the 500, that has to come forward for city council approval.
So I would like, Madam Chair, for us to have a conversation around there, because again, $2 million seems like a lot, it isn't, once with all the priorities, but I really want to ensure that we are being as judicious as possible between these categories, so that we don't end up in 3 years or a year and a half, 2 years, and see that a bulk of the funds have gone to one or two partners and others that are actually seeing really good progress, not receive the support that they need.
Gotcha.
So.
And you could certainly set a cap if that's, I mean, it's $2 million and it's 3 years. It's not going to go far. We're going to have to be very selective and specific about how that is invested. So there's not an opportunity within this to go too far to one or the other, but but you could certainly choose to set a cap on one or the other priority, or say a cap on the amount that might go to a community partner in order to ensure that it's spread around in a way that meets your intent.
Okay, real quick, I had two quick ones, and then we'll move. I had two quick questions. What didn't make the list in terms of priorities?
This is why I keep my notebook from every conversation that we've had. So mostly what we did was scale back the grand division of each category.
Okay.
So for example, when we initially put together the request, I think each one of these might have been a $2 million request initially. And so we've tried to be very selective about which, well, not a request, budget, when we dream big over 3 years, so come on. So mostly it's selecting parts and pieces out of here. The other thing that has shifted is initially when we were talking about the activities in the corridors of opportunity, those have actually been funded with PAYGO funding specific to the corridors of opportunity. So you think about, this is $2 million that you're prioritizing. There's another $1 million in the corridors of opportunity budget that's advancing these same youth priorities specifically in corridors. So, today you've got 2 million, but really you're investing 3 million in youth crime prevention and intervention because we have that additional bucket in corridors of opportunity.
Gotcha. Thank you. And then my second question, what happened to, some time ago, we had some conversations about program evaluation resources to really go through the CMPD programs and figure out what the results were of each one. I feel like that is extremely important to this conversation because then it tells us which ones are giving us the biggest bang for our buck. Do we have that data?
So that's one of the things back when Chief Putney was here, we had so many programs that we actually scaled it back to, okay, let's do 10 to 15 really well versus 25 and, we're just kind of, half-butting it, right? So one of our asks is actually a youth program coordinator. So like our diversion program, we'd love to be able to track those youth that touch our youth diversion program for maybe up to that 3-5 year period. In our conversations, that 3 to 5 year period, are we making an impact and what type of an impact? So we really need a coordinator to be able to do that and track everything that we have.
I can add to that. So there's a couple of parts and pieces. One is that in this recommendation, the evaluation piece is built into all three. So instead of being a standalone investment, we've had a number of conversations with staff about how we can better track program data across all of the things that we do at the city. So our programs in housing and neighborhood services, CRC, help me.
SCMPD.
Community Relations Committee, thank you, Sean. My acronyms are not doing it today. And then, of course, CMPD. And so how do we leverage the resources that we already have, our data team in IT? CMPD, actually, one of the things that came out of the program evaluation conversation that you're referencing is that CMPD hired a program evaluation specialist within their team. And we also have been, as a city, adding that skill set in our data and analytics team in IT. So we have started doing more of that, and that's built in here. We also know that we will need some support, probably from external resources as well on the evaluation side. But that's how we're thinking about it in this situation. And of course, some of the programs that CMPD operates have been rigorously evaluated. The youth diversion program, for example, has great outcomes and a lot of data to support that. And then we have been working towards that same level of rigor to evaluate all of our youth programs. And we think that with this partnership, we'll be able to get there. We've already had conversations about launching a youth community of practice internally to get staff better aligned. And so we think that's where we're going to start getting not just the outcomes, but also the process improvements that come from evaluation.
So if I understand correctly, CMPD programs that are existing are a result of the previous program evaluation that was put in place or that was conducted by the resource that was hired a couple of years ago?
Yeah, so and what was conducted was an evaluability assessment, which is a really nerdy way of saying, are the programs in good enough shape to actually evaluate? And Deputy Chief, correct me if I'm hearing this wrong, but I believe that one of the decisions that was made based on that evaluability assessment was to reduce the total number of programs because some of them really weren't robust enough to evaluate. And so some of the resources were then put into existing programs that had more structure.
Yeah, so what we're really looking at doing is focus on like our community engagement team that serves the entire city, not necessarily what a division is doing on like some one-offs and stuff. So looking at collectively what we're doing and how we're impacting the city with these core programs. So like our diversion program is robust and we're able to track our kids and we can tell you, you know, if they're a repeat offender, did they recidivize? You know, I think that percentage, I don't know what it's at now, but, you know, at one time it was less than 10% recidivism rate, where most of the time we're seeing 70 to 80% recidivism rate, right? So that's a huge impact. That's a huge win if we can break that cycle, right, and get them back on the right track and get them involved in some wraparound services and some positive programming. So we'd like to be able to track those same, you know, like data points with our kids from our summer internship programming, as well as, you know, JADE, it's probably the biggest one right now. And then we also kind of coordinate any, I think we interview over 100 kids now for our summer internship program. And anybody that doesn't make it, we refer them to MyEP. So, you know, we work hand in hand with the city and the program and making sure that we're trying to work jointly and with our youth and not in silos.
So then, I know we have 15 minutes left, so I'll try to wrap. So is the idea that when we raise our hand for this, we're raising our hand for admin resources to track, or this is for programs?
I would say both in our case. So we would look at the ability, right now, we're having to go out to businesses and ask them to support this programming because we don't have the funding. So in the past, we would start something and a business would help us fund it, get it off the ground. We're seeing success in it, right? So like some of our youth programming that we have in the summer, you know, soft skills, interview skills, taking them around to the city, allowing them to see what the city has to offer. And a lot of our kids were like, I had no idea Charlotte had so much to offer. So we take them to government. Of course, you know, we're always recruiting at CMPD, right? Take them to the healthcare, media, sports, and they're energized. I would invite y'all to come out whenever they do their end of summer, where they have to get up on stage and talk about what they learned and how it impacted them and how they built relationship with police officers. It's life-changing for these kids, I can tell you that. I've sat in there for 2 to 4 hours listening to these kids talk about how it's changed and impacted their lives.
And then the idea with the investment is that there would be, this is PAYGO funding, it's one-time funding. So we're always careful in these situations to not invest in anything that's an ongoing cost. So we're only investing in one-time funds with one-time dollars. And we, you know, in terms of how we're tracking, we actually believe that we have enough resources across the city to get that started. So our staff in the youth employment program, for example, they're also talking to businesses. So part of the idea of the community of practice is how are we leveraging all the staff we have collectively and then determine, you know, are there then resource gaps after we have done that work together? So between CMPD, our staff in H&S, our staff in IT, our whole data team across the city, the data team and the evaluation resources in CMPD, right? We have enough to get started and then to see if there are resource gaps after that.
And we want to make sure we pull Tracy in. I know we still have a meeting. And really looking at, you know, are we duplicating efforts and are there ways, kind of helping out that process? Are there ways for us to work together and capitalize on the resources that we have?
Gotcha, thank you. I've got, okay, I'm gonna go with Brown just because we got an action and then I'm gonna come straight to you.
Oh, you going with me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I love, you know, what I'm hearing. I also would like to be intentional since this area is very sensitive to me. I know the program you're talking about. My little cousin just went through the program this summer. It's an amazing program, and he needed that program. So I can vouch for that, and have dropped him off a few times and met a couple of the officers in the program. I don't want to lose sight, though, with the work that's been put in and how much work has been put in, that we stay connected with people that can identify with them, bringing community nonprofit organizations in, possibly.
We try to do that with some of the programming.
Okay, all right, that's going to be key and important. I appreciate building that bridge and connecting those dots with those young folks, but a lot of them are just terrified of a badge or police officers, to be honest. And I like what you're doing, and I think that it's going to open up a broader spectrum where we could just continue to move forward. I want to also acknowledge the fact that the wording in here, the language that you're working on, and I know from an institutional standpoint, offender is what we use all the time across the board. I cringe every time I hear that, and I know it's something that's got to be worked on. But in my presence, I'm just acting, if we could not use that word when I'm in the room, it's highly offensive and it's re-traumatizing. But overall, I'm very excited with the work that we're doing. But I do have to stand unapologetically in my truth. Hearing that word over and over and over again, I know that we said justice involved, and I spoke about words that we could use. And I know CMPD, that's what they use in CMPD, but inside of the jail, they don't use that word. And so I go in, I just wanted to put that out there, but I do like what we're doing and how we're getting there. But I want to make sure that we have to make sure that when we're talking about young black women and young black men or children that are involved in the justice system, that they have to be able to identify with people that have been through what they've been through. And there are a lot of great people in this community that are doing amazing things. Like myself, there are a lot of men in this community that run nonprofit organizations that are hitting glass ceilings that we could just bring in and let them be a part of that. I think we could win. We could score high. So that's all I have.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a clarifying question?
I'm gonna hold you 1 second because I know that you've been waiting.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. What is our confidence level that these are the three right areas for investment, right? Because, we were out over the summer on break, but there are a couple of things that came out over the summer, and our mid-year public safety update came out, and the results were not good at all, with a significant emphasis on juvenile crime across the board, having at times double-digit increases. So I just want to make sure that we are being strategic and have a laser-focused approach on addressing this root cause that's driving these numbers up in the community. And the JADE program absolutely is having wonderful results, which is fantastic, and I could see that that would be an area of investment. But I just want to make sure, I want to assess what is your confidence level that these are the right three areas that will drive our crime numbers down.
I just want to say, there's a lot of factors that play into these numbers, right? So one of the things that we talked about, I think it was last week, Chief Robinson was talking about that they locked up 3 juveniles. They were actually able to get secure custody orders on these juveniles that were wreaking havoc in the University City Division. I think I mentioned this in our meeting. In those specific crimes, mostly larceny from autos, auto theft, they saw a significant reduction. Now, can we say for sure it was those 3 causing all that? Maybe. There's a good chance that those 3 were causing the majority of that crime, just 3 individuals. And we've talked about that in our meetings back in May, where, you see somebody that's linked to 76 auto thefts and stuff like that. So I think it's key. It's a large approach. Can we get our ringleaders get them, maybe they need to spend some time at a juvenile detention center, right? Give them some wraparound resources, try to break that cycle, right, of incarceration. And while we're doing that, the followers, maybe the ones that aren't quite engaged in the criminal activity, they'll do it if their friends are doing it, but they're not sold on it, like that's not their lifestyle. Those are the ones that we're really targeting for this program. Our goal is get these kids here before they hurt themselves or somebody else, right? Get them those resources. And the rest of them, we're going to hit them hard as far as like getting them into programming, getting those wraparound services. It's got to be a multi-pronged approach. Like you said, we have to get nonprofits. We have to get faith-based. It's not going to be these core little few things that's going to make a difference. It'll make a difference in these kids' lives that could have generational impact, right? But it's going to take an entire city commitment. That's right. That's right.
And so I would just add that while there's some time has passed since our initial conversations, the development of these recommendations came out of analysis of social determinants of health, the public health perspective on violence prevention, best practices in policing, program evaluation of the whole range of programs that are available. We talked about the model of multi-level risk factors, and the ecological systems that youth are exposed to and how it creates conditions for either being victims of or participating in criminal activity. And so based on the expertise from our partners at UNC Charlotte and all of the analysis that's gone into our work to date, I will say for me, I'm highly confident that these are the right areas for investment, especially when you consider it's really a fairly small amount of money. So you need a place where you can invest, where you can have an impact with a fairly small amount of money. So we think of it as, the Youth Behavioral Health Center, absolutely a #1 priority. And then in terms of the programming investments, we want to invest both from the city's programs and the community programs in what we know works, and then also pair that with the city's priority around workforce development and youth civic engagement. So we think this is a pretty good package. I would say from my perspective, I'm still fully confident based on what you all discussed earlier in the year that these are the best places to have the most meaningful impact.
Thank you. Final comment, Councilmember Johnson?
I know we're running out of time, so we can talk about this offline, but I would like to talk about the RFP process and the consideration of grassroots organizations. I've advocated for them for a long time, so if we could take a look and be very intentional about those reentry organizations and even work with there's another program in the city where we're helping to strengthen nonprofit organizations. So if we're looking at those nonprofit organizations and just be very intentional. So I'd love to talk about that offline. Thank you.
We're happy to have that follow-up conversation.
It's one.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second to align our investment priorities with the fiscal year 2025 budget to community-based partnerships, city workforce and employment programming, and CMPD mentoring and diversion programming. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you so much. The motion carries. 2-minute look ahead.
Yeah. Can you do it?
I can do it.
He can do it in one.
I mean, if y'all want to give Warren 5 minutes, I'm fine with that.
I say 5, Warren.
All right. You got 5 whole minutes.
It's just one, yeah.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Director Hector knows that I'm long-winded, and so when she has me present, she gives me 1 page to present off of. We just wanted to, we do a lot of talking about the programming going on in the city, and we just want to check back in with you and go, this is all moving forward, just because you haven't maybe heard us talk about it. And I hope that you've received maybe some periodic email updates on all of these programs. So your next round of House Charlotte Plus is on the street. They're actively receiving applications. It is open to all qualifying households, but there are priorities for local government workers and CMS employees that are in that package. And I saw a report just yesterday that several loans have already been spoken for, so this program is up and running. If you don't remember this program, this is a $50,000 add-on to your regular $30,000 House Charlotte program, giving them an $80,000 down payment assistance loan that can then be added to other loans that are available in communities. And it has been very successful with making people that are just on that line to get into homeownership.
Real quick, who's eligible? If you're listening today and you said, I need $80,000.
So households at or below 80% AMI for a family of 4, that's about $60,000, but don't quote me. And again, there's priorities for CMS employees, and city employees are also eligible for those prioritized categories. Next, the launch. Ms. Hefner already gave you a great overview of the acquisition, rehab, and resale revolving loan fund. If you recall, this comes out of a pilot that you authorized in 2020, asking us to do more directly in neighborhoods to help with home ownership. In this program, our partners look for vacant properties that are being used as single-family rentals. They purchase those properties off of the market, renovate them, and resell them. In the 2020 pilot, you asked us to do about 12 of those units with about $1.2 million, and we came back and we did 27 of those units for you. So we're looking to expand this into an ongoing offering that is revolving, meaning we'll make the loans, they'll sell the homes, that money will come back, and we'll loan that money back out to participating nonprofit partners to do this work to create more homeownership inventory that is also protected with a deed restriction to make sure that that unit cannot be used as a rental for the next 30 years. It's got to stay homeownership. Your city-owned land RFP, we're going through a vetting process. We have land parcels selected for your consideration. We were hoping to have this out. We're taking this a little bit slower. We are getting phase 1s on these properties. We're getting phase 2s. We're taking a very deep dive into these properties to make sure that they are good properties that your developers won't have any problems with developing. So you're going to see this coming out in the fall, another round of the city-owned land. Man, Ms. Mayfield and I have been very active this summer working on the Mayor's Faith in Housing Initiative. We are currently writing a technical assistance RFP to provide direct technical support to faith-based communities that want to do affordable housing work. We are writing this RFP. We are then going to share it with a group of our faith community members to make sure that we've got it right. We will then, once they give us their feedback, release it to the community, get those resources in, and then start providing those programs. The RFP process will take place from the fall into the winter, and I hope to be offering those services through the work that Ms. Mayfield's doing by early 2025. So that's the update on the faith and housing work. We're also doing other things with faith and housing. We had a brown bag last month. We're going to have another one this month. We're going to have another one in October. And so we're constantly providing opportunities to continue to engage with the faith community around this work, and they are very excited about doing this work. I don't think I go a week with a developer not telling me that some church has reached out to them. They've gotten really excited about this work, so we're making sure that we can take those resources to the table to help them go farther with this mission. And finally, the Choice Neighborhoods planning work. The Choice Neighborhoods grant is a HUD grant that's connected directly with the redevelopment of a public housing site. So the city has been partnering with Enlivian around the Delahaye Court site to do an application to this Choice Neighborhoods program. If successful, it would be a neighborhood-wide redevelopment, including the Court site, but thank you, and the surrounding area. And if we're successful in getting that grant from HUD, it's a $50 million grant, creating community-wide revitalization. We just had an internal design charrette where we got all of your really smart planners and urban designers who've put together some really interesting ideas for the area. We had a public meeting in August, and we're going to continue to meet, and you'll hear more about this work as we design this program. So that's Choice Neighborhoods, and I will stop right there with 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Warren.
Well,
Yes, Ms. Mayfield, you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this very quick update. Mr. Wooten, I would like to ask, based on a previous conversation you and I had, that we do slow down on a city-owned land RFP. Remember, I had asked if we could do an overlay map for our faith in housing, because the city has like a bunch of little slivers of land. And what I'm learning from speaking to some religious institutions, the city might have a lot that is directly connected to some land that a faith institution owns right next to it. So there might be an opportunity to expand that conversation versus selling off a piece and then the church. That extra little bit would have been what they needed to create a more robust development. So if we can look at that overlay.
Sure. It's a really refined list, but what we'll do is we'll do that analysis just on the ones that we're bringing forward. And if there's any results, we'll have an offline conversation.
Because that would be helpful, because I know there was a conversation 2 weeks ago with St. Louis Missionary Baptist, full disclosure, that's my home church, but they spoke with a developer regarding a project, and it was identified that a piece of land right off of Statesville is city-owned land.
Okay.
That's connected to the land that the church was possibly looking at for development. I also appreciate, and for my colleagues to know, when Mr. Wooten speaks to the brown bag, first we had the Housing Trust Fund 101 in person. Such a great
Excuse me,
response,
please.
bless you.
Thank you so much.
That we had to do it virtual. Now we're getting ready to do 2. One that's going to be actually helping the religious institution navigating these conversations with potential developers and partners, as well as a discussion with planning and how to understand our zoning with the land. So the work that you all got about 3,000 units, homes, single-family homes, that they say, we might want to get those back in the community, and I say, we might want to get them into our community, so we can follow up with that. But the ultimate piece for committee to know, there is a lot of positive response in the community. We've had institutions, one, come up and say, we got 90 acres of land, what can we do? I'm like, you got 90 what? Come here. Warren, I need you to speak to this person, or Miles, this person needs to talk to you. So we are having really robust interest around it. So, and that is strictly because of the leadership of Rebecca, Warren, and Miles. We have gone in as a team doing this, so I want to thank you all publicly.
Awesome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think Councilman Brown had something.
I know that, thank you, Madam Chair, first, acknowledge you. And I know that Councilman Mayfield has been pouring a heart into this work. And so faith-based organizations need to do more, for the record. So I think this is a great opportunity for them to step up and see if they're intentional about serving the community, as they say they want to collaborate with the city. So this will be interesting to see. I know there's a lot of great conversation, but showing is proven, so the jury's still out on that.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How does a church get more information or reach out to the city? When I've had churches reach out to me, I can refer them to Councilmember Mayfield, but is there a website? Is there Faith in Charlotte or is there a website that they can get more information and contact you directly? Thank you.
It's like I planted that question. You can You can Google Charlotte Faith in Housing, and our Faith in Housing webpage will come right up, the city's webpage, and on there is a public input sign up where they can go sign up to get all of our news blasts around faith in housing, and we've been putting regular stuff out to that community so that they can get connected. So thank you for asking.
Be careful what you tell me to say.
Thank
Churches on there tomorrow.
Thank you so much for everyone that has joined us today. Thank you for staff. You do an excellent job as usual. I do believe that is it for us. We thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.